And you're very welcome to join us for the 2022 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. 3 terrific stages tonight, 6 stages tomorrow. There has been a lot of rain this afternoon. We will have Slieve Gullion, the Bronte Homeland, and Slieve Gullion again. Joining me again is a man who would know the stages a lot better than I would, having made use of them for Patterson's Pace Notes. Brings a wealth of experience in terms of rally coverage, news, gossip and bits and pieces. Michael, it's good to be back rallying again.
It's great to be back rallying. It's great to be back doing the Ulster Rally again.
Yeah, yep.
I'm certainly looking forward to this. What about you?
I think there are so many permutations. I mean, we could have a new Irish Tarmac champion tonight. We may have to wait until tomorrow. It may well be that Josh Moffat takes it tonight. But before we talk a little bit more about that, we're going to go live to the start ramp with Andrew Bush, who's going to get a quick word with some of the drivers and maybe an idea of tyre choice, probably heading out to very wet stages. I think we had a massive downpour near the Bronte stage this afternoon.
It's these sudden showers, bright sunshine, sudden showers. So I think we're going to go live to the start ramp right away.
Marion, what way are you going to play it?
I don't know, we'll work it out as we go along. I think we'll have to go pretty hard, don't we? So yeah, we'll just see what the pace is like and work it from there, I think.
What do you think of the roads?
Very, very tough. Yeah, it's probably the trickiest rally we've done this year for roads, you know. Probably, you know, the shortest in the championship, but it won't be the easiest, you know.
But you've had a good year this year.
Yeah, it's all been pretty good so far, so it'll be nice to get through this one, and if we can get a result, it'll be even better.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, Marion, they're obviously a title contender. He sort of needs a bit of luck to go his way, maybe a bit of bad fortune for Josh in a way to claim the title. Double points, as you know, on the board. Johnny Greer now. Johnny Greer, very much an outside better for success. I think Johnny could go very well this weekend. Johnny, looking forward to the rally?
Yeah, it's hopefully the weather plays ball tonight. Get through say a couple of stages, but yeah, looks good. Stages looking good conditions, so looking forward to it.
You had a good run in the Ulster Rally last year and used Bronte and whatnot. Do you like these sort of roads?
Yeah, stages are nice. I enjoy these stages. So, but this rally is always a lottery with weather conditions and tyres, so it's a lot of luck involved. So hopefully have a good clean run anyway.
That's it. Have a good one.
All right, thanks. Cheers.
Johnny Greer, looking very confident there on Pirellis there. So ready to go. Waiting on Desi Henry. Desi had such a great run in the Circuit of Ireland, but sadly a few mechanical problems scuppered that. He's had a couple of mechanical issues since, so he's hoping for a clean run in the Fiesta. Very much another fancy runner. Don't forget, these guys don't have a championship to worry about. They're just out here to try and win the rally. They have the machinery and they've plenty of experience. So Desi coming now. Paddy Robinson in the co-driver's seat. How's things, Desi?
Well, Andrew, how are you, boy? Long time no see.
Yeah. Hey. Well, are you all set?
Yeah, set we're going to be. We're hoping now we have a better reliability back now with the car, so we're out to give it a wee push here to see how we go on this evening, and we'll go from there tomorrow.
For the likes of yourself and Johnny, there's no real pressure of championships around. It's just a rally and have a real good go.
Yeah, and we can just drive our own race as hard as slow as we want. So no, look, we'll push on a bit here and see if we're there, we're there. If we're not, we're not. So that's all we can do.
And today's interesting with Gullion and whatnot.
Gullion's a very tricky stage. It will matter getting around that and getting the teeth dug into the big one then.
Good luck. Desi looking very, very happy there. Just hoping that the car is going to be reliable. So that's the main thing. Jason Mitchell is the next runner coming up. Jason, very spectacular run this year. Definitely. Jason, what sort of form are you in for the rally? You're smiling, you're happy already?
We'll not get too carried away too soon here now. We'll go out and get over these first few anyway, and hopefully have a decent enough run, and I will maybe get ourselves set up for tomorrow then.
It's maybe not as spectacular as when I saw you in the Circuit of Ireland, maybe.
Funny, it was a big lesson, so it was. So
you've had a bit of coaching from Matt Edwards and whatnot.
Yeah, no, which has been a big help. You know, it sort of made me sort of understand, you know, where they try and take the speed, not over jumps and stuff. So yeah, it's a good help. So we'll see. We'll not get too carried away.
Good. Well, enjoy it and have a good run.
Thank you. Cheers.
So very happy there, Jason. Again, you just don't know with this event. It's a long event. Jason relatively new to rallying, but really picking up speed and experience. Just waiting on Stuart Bickerstaff now. He is heading up to the ramp. Car number 7. Again, another man's had a lot of ill fortune with this machine. You good to go, Stuart?
Yeah, looking forward to it now. Haven't had much time to think about it, but we're here now.
Things were going a bit better on the down rally recently.
I really enjoyed the down rally. It's always been a favourite one to look forward to every year, but we'll see how this goes. Looking forward to it.
You had a few problems with the car, a few issues, but you're starting to get through them.
Yeah, we've a few wee handling problems, but I think we're getting there. Slowly, but we're getting there.
And what's the plan of attack?
To be honest, Gullion's one that you need to get round, so we'll get through the day and eye up how we get on for tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, best of luck. Stuart there looking very happy, very experienced. Anthony Nestor on the notes.
Interesting chat with the first of the leading crews heading away now to begin the opening stage. Gullion 1 at 5:30. Very interesting, Michael, how many of them say, well, you just really want to get round Gullion. Yeah. Almost like they know it's a tricky stage, and so many, as we say, you can lose it. Yeah.
It has this reputation of being really difficult. It goes all the way back to when it was first used back in the 1980s, and it was a forest drive. And it didn't have the undergrowth and stuff that you have now. And you could see these huge rocks and rock faces and really narrow places. Very, very difficult, very high speed. But a lot of it now, Sav, is that so whether it's rewilding or whatever, this modern day of how the forestry. So it's a private forest road. You can drive over it pretty much 365 days of the year. But the interesting part of it is at the very start of the stage is not a public road. It's a private unused road, and it's really, really slippy. It's only 0.7 of a mile, and there's not much to it, but it's very fast, and it's got this film of pine needles on top of the road. Yeah. Really, really slippy. Then they're out onto newly resurfaced Gullion stage, but you can't see where the rocks are anymore because they're all covered in this foliage and everything else, but you put one wheel wrong, and it's curtains, as they say.
As we've seen in the World Championship, unfortunately, Craig Breen's seen the odd rock or two during the year. And of course, Callaravan today slid very wide if you were following the Ypres rally. They do Gullion, and as we say, they're going to treat it with respect. But then, they're into the best part of, a 15-mile stage in the Bronte Homeland.
Just over 15 miles. You're talking about, I'm the expert. This is your home stage.
I mean, I drove it the other night, and I left Banbridge at 3:00, and the heavens opened. Mm-hmm. And I can promise you that one half of that stage at 3:00 this afternoon was full of torrents of water running down. Now I know the stage well. There will be areas of that where that water will not escape. It'll still be there, but coming towards Loch Bricklin, the roads were bone dry. So the first part of the stage will be dry, and up through towards the Bronte Steakhouse, if you like, heading towards Grove Hill Road, that is going to be wet.
Well, I mean, the other side of the coin is we could be overplaying this a little bit because it's today, it's been so nice, the weather recently. Everybody knows we've had some of the best weather in recent years. But equally today, it's been 24 degrees in the sun when the sun comes out, and then you've got these really sudden big downpours and showers.
Yeah.
And then the sun comes out again. Now it is early evening, but that isn't the ambience quite good. Actually, the ambience causing a few problems for the tyre people because you have that window of operating temperature between 16 and about 21, 22 degrees. So when the sun does come out, it gets it up above the 22 degrees, which is, it's not quite warm enough for the harder compound tyres. But Matt Edwards, last year's winner of the rally here, is actually Pirelli's technical engineer this weekend. Mm-hmm. And I've been sort of backwards and forwards with Matt a few times today, and he was sort of saying a few things, about how quickly it dries out again. And that's a really interesting. So that's Pirelli's point of view. Michelin are very much the same. and I think we had a couple of technical problems there with Andrew, but we're, it's interesting, as you say. I think Tyres, it's such a long stage that 15.2 miles on the Ulster Rally is much longer than a normal.
Now,
so
the first right-hand drive car actually you have on the ramp, so fairly new to you, this car, isn't it?
Aye, it's fairly new. I done Cork there, I had 2 days on it in Cork, and really enjoyed it. But still a lot of learning to do. Hey, it's definitely a new piece of kit, but if we could ever drive it, it'd be a great car. So
be a bit easier stopped, I'm sure, than the big Evo.
It's a bit easier stopped than the Evo, but I'm just not pressing the brake pedal at the right time.
Well, if you're still pressing the brake pedal tomorrow night, you'd be happy enough?
I'd be happy enough. If we get around and get a bit more miles, it'd be great. So it is. So looking forward to it.
Good. Well, enjoy the run.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now they're looking very pleased. Very new car to them now. Damien Toner, top modified seat, come up the round. Damien really was a very specialised man at the Gullion stage. So, Damien, how you going?
Not so bad.
Top modified seat, looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward to it. Get going. It's all this waiting about, you get nervous, but no, get up there and get the helmet on, and be dead on.
Talking about the Gullion stage, many years ago, remember you're a top man on that stage. You used to love it up there.
Funny, I always liked it, hey, but it's been a while since we've done it, but I'm looking forward to get back and get go over it again.
Yeah.
See.
A pretty good.
It'll be different in the dark. Never done the dark before.
It'll be fun now. Hard to see where you're going with all the crests and tree line. Yeah.
But sure. Hopefully we get through it alright.
Good. And the car all good?
Aye, at the minute everything's good to go, yeah.
And it's the biggest problem trying to keep this brother of yours behind?
He can be a problem too, hey, but we'll see how we get on after the first one.
Well, best luck and enjoy it. The Damien there. Really looking forward to the event. Millington engine. Now this machine, the BMW, his brother Marty really has got it going very well. The down rally on the first stage, he was quicker than his brother until the early retirement. Well, Marty, you seem to be getting this car better and better sorted every time we see you.
I don't know about that. I thought I had it well sorted and went it down then. It didn't last too long, but
you started off well on the down. You had very good time.
I started off well, hey, but just run wide and clipped the wheel just and broke a wheel, but hopefully it's all behind us.
Yeah, good. And tell us a bit about it. What sort of engines in this one?
M3 engine on her. M3 engine on her. Converted the back end back to Ford, tractor gearbox. And I think we're near enough there, I think.
Good. We'll enjoy it and we'll look forward to seeing you.
No bother. Thank you.
Okay. Marty Toner away. Simon Reid next up. Simon, very important weekend for the Ace Signs Irish Tarmac Championship for you.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a tough weekend now, and look, it's new for me to come up here now. I've never been up this end of the country before, so look, we're going to try our hardest and see what happens.
What do you really have to do?
I think we just have to finish behind Colin. I think maybe 2 places behind him. I think we might have a wrap, but look, we have to finish first.
Good. Well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bit of championship pressure on Simon for the Tarmac Modified Series, so he needs to get the points. Quite nerve-wracking, hasn't been up this neck of the woods to rally before. And here's his main rival, Colin Byrne. Colin, a bit of bad luck in the Cork 20. Looking quite excited here tonight. Colin, the race is on for the championship.
Yeah, the race is well and truly on. A bit apprehensive about it, but we're just going to dial in there now in the first one and go for goal in the second. So I like the fast stuff, so we'll wait and see.
And you had a bit of bad luck in your home event.
I did. Look, I suppose in past tense now, but we're trying to put it behind us. We just had, we were probably too cautious in the last run, and that's what we came out of the groove, So look, I think we're going to go hard now this weekend because it's either that or nothing. We might as well go for it, So
go for it, and look forward to seeing it.
Cheers, yeah.
Thank you. So Colin there, good to see. He has no question. He's just going to go for it from the start. So he's nothing to lose. Now Camillus Bradley, another Mark II Escort, self-prepared. Camillus, looking forward to the event.
Yeah, for sure. Looking mad to get at it, hey.
Yeah.
I remember many years ago the Gullion stage. You used to fly over it. You used to have great battles up there.
Oh, aye, many times we done that in the New Moon Rally. Like, aye, it was great wee stage, great tricky, but great stage.
Looking forward to that tonight.
Forward to getting at it as long as the rain doesn't come on us.
Good luck. And the car all good?
Yeah, all good so far anyway, yeah.
Well, best luck, Camillus, yeah. Good. Camillus, very, very experienced. I remember the Morn Rally one year on the Gullion stages, one of the stages, him and Glenn Allen having a big race, leading a lot of the four-wheel drive cars. So another driver I fancy to go quite well on stage 1 and stage 3, likes that sort of thing. And here's another local man, John Devlin, only a 2-litre engine, but always went very, very well in the Morn Rally. John, how you going?
Good.
Looking forward to this one?
Looking forward to it, yes.
And you always liked Gullion, you did it in the Morn Rally many times, you always went very well up there.
Over it a few times in the past, yeah. Hasn't changed much over the years now.
You've only 2 litres compared to some 2.5s, but still it's going well for you.
Happy enough, yeah. Need a bit of rain probably, narrow the gap a bit.
It might happen, it could happen, yeah. Well, best of luck.
Alright, thank you.
Well, there you go. And you've a little bit less horsepower, a little bit of rain maybe is what John's hoping for, and tomorrow could spice things up. When you're down about 50 or 60 brake, it mightn't matter so much. John McCarthy in the notes made the long trip up from Cork there. Colin Price is the next car up in the Meteor to start it. Fairly newly built car this year, beautiful motor car as a matter of fact. Had a very good run in Donegal in the car, starting to come on. John just waiting his... Yep. John just waiting to go off the ramp here. Car number 19 from Banbridge, John. So he's coming on nicely. So here we go. Colin Price coming up. Young man, only recently switched to rear wheel drive. So Colin,
how are you?
Are you looking forward to it?
Can't wait. Great weather, great night.
It's a lovely motor car. It's a fairly new car built this year, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's actually this rally last year was the first time out on it, so yeah, it's good to be back. So.
And you get through Donegal in the car, so you get a lot of miles up.
Yeah, Donegal was brilliant. 3 days in the car, great experience over 3 days. So, and to finish a 3-day event is fantastic. So yeah, brilliant. Real happy.
What's the plan for tonight?
Get through Gullion, like everybody I'm sure. Yeah, just nice and easy. Get through Gullion, see how we get on through there, and just try to get through. Nice to see if we get ready for tomorrow and see where we're at from there.
Best luck. Colin there, lovely little car. Vauxhall 2-litre engine, so him and John Devlin be having a great battle, I would imagine, for that class. You'll find John pretty hard to work with in these stages, and here we have Johnny Cargo from Lisburn, Davy McElroy on the pace notes. So Johnny, another 2-litre car. Johnny, looking forward to the event?
Yeah, I can't wait now. Get a good run over this one. Hopefully the sun stays out.
You've had a couple of good runs of late, and I know you changed suspension and things in the car. It's working a lot better for you.
Yeah, it seems to be working well now. It's definitely going well now, just with a bit of bad luck at the down rally with a misfire there. We had to retire, but we've got that sorted now, so all looking forward to a good run this time.
Good. And what do you think of Gullion?
I've never done it before, so on the Raki now it's certainly challenging, but a good stage as well. So just want to get through these 3 and like to be starting tomorrow morning again. Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you hopefully tomorrow, and the best luck. Thanks. Well, Johnny, good to go there. The motor engineer there from Lisburn. So okay, and that's us for the start ramp. We're going to send this back to the studio now, go back to the guys in the studio for some reaction, and then special stage 1 action live. We're heading out to special stage 2, so we'll see you later on. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, some good stuff there.
Yeah, well done, Andrew.
Everybody very wary of Gullion, the opening stage. I mean, it's only 6 miles, as we said, that now we're into 15, almost 16 miles of the Bronte homeland. Our camera position on the opening stage was about halfway through. It's interesting to hear them all say, get through Gullion, just get through Gullion, get through the Gullion. And I think that's what it would be, get through Gullion and then have a rip at the Bronte homeland, because to me the Bronte homeland is a stage, it starts off tight, twisty and narrow, but then when you get, as you know, up to the top of the hill, it's fast, it's flowing. And I mean, when I say fast, it is fast. It's a really good, a really good stage you can just keep going on.
I think it epitomises the Ulster Rally. The Ulster Rally's always been well known for being more difficult, tougher, longer, and boy oh boy have the organisers thrown the kitchen sink at it this year. Just for interest, it's 15.3 miles, and I think there are 28 pages of notes. And that gives you, whereas normally if it was a 15-mile stage, you'd have about 15 or 16 pages of notes. So it just shows you how technical, how much work there is. The wheel, there's a term that we use, the wheel is never straight, and the wheel is never straight in that stage. I suppose the second 2/3 of the stage are what ran on this rally in the November event last year. The first 4 or 5 miles are effectively brand new. I certainly don't remember ever doing those bits of roads before. You could stand corrected, but I don't remember where we started. It actually starts from pretty much the outlet centre. That's just some nice shots from up on Gullion, nice and clear and dry, and a fabulous view down there into County Louth. So we're right down at virtually on the border of South Armagh. Helicopters, I'm glad to say, they're private helicopters nowadays. We used to, there was lots of... I was wondering where you were going there. There was lots of non-private helicopters used to fly about that part of the world. But,
I could see a rabbit hole appearing very quickly.
No, not at all. In fact, I would take time out if I was in that area just to take a drive over. It's open to the public. It's run by Newry Mourne District Council.
It's a lovely drive.
It's
it really
beautiful,
is.
And you don't realise how high it is. So that's actually looking south almost down to Dundalk, if I'm not...
Dundalk and Carlingford. That's Carlingford Bay.
Carlingford Bay and Dundalk in the distance, which of course is in the Republic of Ireland rather than Northern Ireland.
Well, and it's funny. I mean, we moved house, and from my living room window, I'm 3 miles from Lochbrickland. From my living room window, I can see the Carlingford Hills. So I can see 30 mile away. We can see the rain coming.
That's fantastic.
And it's a wonderful view. But our cameraman there has caught a wonderful shot. Yes. And if the weather holds, then for those of you that are watching, you're going to be treated to some terrific pictures. That's a view from Gullion, which is the opening stage. First car live on the stage at 17:33. Josh Moffat. This is Josh's 13th event of the year, of which the previous 12 he's either won or finished second. That's the worst result he's had.
He has had a fantastic year. He had a fantastic year in 2019, I think it was, where something very similar happened. But this year, the competition has been so high. The helicopter, we did see, I have a sneaking suspicion that is car number 10's dad, Michael McGarrity's father, Derek, who's not actually doing the rally, but that's only speculating. But Josh has had probably the national championship. There hasn't been quite the competition that there has been in the Ace Signs Tarmac Championship, but boy oh boy have we had some years rallying. I mean, if you think back on the rallies that we've covered this year, the Circuit of Ireland was such a tight battle between him and Alistair.
And what I liked about it, it was only the 2 stages. But those 2 stages created so much drama, changes in the weather, changes in target. We had it all. We had a tight and twisty stage, very technical. Then we had the fast flowing stage. And I mean, the organisers here of the Ulster Rally, three great stages here on the Friday night, 6 stages tomorrow, and we were talking about them off air. I'll tell you what, you're going to want to be paying attention tomorrow.
Completely different nature to the roads. Today is all about being precise, being absolutely on the one line on the road. If you get one wheel out of line, the chances are you're going to get a puncture or take a wheel off or damage your car. Tomorrow we're deeper into County Armagh, County Tyrone, County Armagh with Tyrone's Ditches as one of the stages. But the bottom line is, there's a lot more cuts and things tomorrow, and the guys who are first on the road, they'll have to make a decision whether they go deep into corners and take a different line, and then that will throw mud out onto the road.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually going to be the talking point of tomorrow, just how dirty the stages will become.
Definitely.
But it won't be the case tonight, because if you start cutting corners tonight, well, it'll be a terminal conclusion. It's not going to work out well for you. And it's amazing, it's only, I don't know, 8 or 10 miles up the road, and the whole nature of the terrain changes from where you live on Tyrone's Ditches. We're up the top of a mountain here and on Slieve Gullion. Then we've got these, the stages tomorrow are just this, you've got these grass verges, you've got bits of gravel on the insides of corners.
Yeah.
And the shortest line between 2 points is the straight line, and these guys, that's what they will do.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to set its completely different set of challenges for the drivers, but I must admit, I'm really looking forward. I'm hoping we don't get a surprise on Gullion, in that we don't get any early retirements, because, you know, when you think about the drivers have been here, you know, yesterday, maybe the day before, a couple of nights in the hotel doing their notes, or they were up last weekend if you've travelled up from Killarney, Kerry, or over from England. So quite a bit of effort, including your team here, your service crew in Uri at the Modern Tyres Depot. Wonderful place to have Rally HQ in the service area. But, you know, to sort of have a whoopsie on the first stage, I mean, it would be heartbreaking. And especially if you're involved in a championship battle. We heard Andrew talking to the modified boys. I mean, that's a title that will be settled this weekend. The overall title will be settled this weekend. So come the end of play tomorrow, the championship positions, the winners of the various classes, the historic, the national, modified, will all be titled. So there we have a look at the championship standings at the moment. As you can see, Josh Moffat 96 points, Marion Evans quite a way back in 62. Callum hasn't entered, nor has Ulster.
Well, Ulster entered but
withdrew
after his mishap in Cork. There was apparently a supply problem with some parts for the car. It was only a small accident, but it was enough to mess things up for him. And Daniel and his brother Keith, who won last weekend on the the Grampian Rally, the previous round of the British Rally Championship last weekend. Again, I think because they're car sharing this year, two brothers car sharing, I think it's the car needs to be rebuilt, and Daniel wasn't in with an opportunity to win. What is interesting is there's this technicality that Marion can win the rally, but maybe you want to run through the scenario. It's pretty black and white, isn't it?
It's pretty black and white. Josh just needs to finish even tonight, if you like, and wrap the title up.
Yeah.
Marion is going to have to be hoping for an unbelievably appalling bad run of luck to happen to Josh. And I think, like we were saying off air beforehand, Marion just has to come and drive his own event. Now, I think somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time that Marion has done a full Irish Tarmac title challenge. And I think Marion should be happy in terms of runner-up spot possibly, or finishing with a good podium finish, because he's been very consistent all year when the car's gone well.
Yep.
He's had a few car issues, which means he had a fourth, a fifth. So I think Marion will come away, take that experience, and hopefully we'll see him back next year. Plans well advanced for the 2023 Tarmac Championship as we speak. Josh, I mean, it's Josh to lose, but if you look at the fact he's finished first or second on every event he's done this year, we want to see a battle, but and I mean, we were talking, you know, you have to look at Johnny Greer. Johnny Greer is well capable of winning. So is Desi Henry. Desi Henry's shown amazing speed. Jason Mitchell, we heard Andrew have a chat and a giggle with him about his jump on the circuit. You know, he's been gradually improving over the year.
Yep.
So we're going to have a look at the stage intro video now. We're just a couple of minutes away from Josh Moffat leaving the start line at the opening stage of the 2022 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. 6.04 miles of Gullion, Slieve Gullion, just outside Newry.
So here we have a nice little graphic of the stage Zav. You can really see the climb all the way up to the top of Slieve Gullion, which is really a bit of a landmark in this area. And then very, very fast down through the finish, down the hill, a couple of chicanes that go down through the hill. The stage actually goes a little bit further than what it would have done traditionally in the past, where the old stage would have finished at the bottom of the hill. This is actually the flying finish this year, and then the stop is a few hundred yards further on, and it actually repasses where the cars go in at the start onto this little stage that used to be known as Wee Gullion, very Northern Ireland, where they, as I say, it's an unused bit of road. The chances of getting it wrong, there's always a chance of something going wrong at the start of the stage, but they actually get up to pretty high speed in that first sort of 2/3 of a mile, and then very, very heavy braking and turning left, like a medium speed left hand, but then heavy braking through a set of posts and turning hairpin left onto the main sort of road with a big, big rock on the inside. Now we are about 1.5 miles further on up the hill from that little place, at one of the viewing car parks, which traditionally on the old Mourne Rally, which is where this stage has built up this notorious reputation from, where we're looking down, we can see a car park on the right-hand side, which is on the drivers are coming up the hill, so it's on their left. And they used to actually take them into the car park as a bit of a chicane.
Mm-hmm.
So the Ulster doesn't need to worry. A word we're probably not going to use all weekend is bogey times. Firstly, because the stages are so technical, they're not at risk anyway. And the rally being sort of an international rally gets itself a bit of a bye ball in this case. So obviously the big advantage, the more powerful cars. So we were listening to the modified guys earlier on there, the difference between a couple of the BMW and the two Toner brothers, both having big engine cars, 2.5 litres. And then we get people like John Devlin, he's a Class 6 car, which is a 2-litre car. Mm-hmm. They will be at a disadvantage here because it's such a long climb up the hill. And again, the smaller homologated cars will be of the same thing. Now, we are using, we have the Sport Tracks tracking system this weekend, everybody. And if you're interested, it is available on the Sport Tracks website. There is a public consumption page that you view via Google Earth. We have a laptop set up here in front of us in the studio, and we'll be able to give you an indication. Now, at the moment, the cars are, we can't just see because of the graphic, but the cars are at the start of the stage, so I can actually dictate what's going on, and you can see Johnny Greer, Josh Moffat, the guys all, they're waiting at the arrival control. We're not actually far away. I would say the 0 cars don't seem to be into the stage. Now, I am going to try and do something that I'm not quite sure if we can zoom in on this. I'm sure we can using the controls.
While you're doing that, just Eddie C is asking on Facebook, where we have Facebook live stream of our coverage. There will be live action from the stages, Eddie. We have a camera crew about halfway through. If you hadn't been with us earlier, we were taking live pictures from it. Kevin O'Driscoll, nice to see you on board again. Well versed in rallying down south in Cork, and of course a wonderful book too. So nice to have you on board for tonight and tomorrow, Kevin. And of course, if you want to get in touch, drop us a message. We'll do our best to answer it or come up with a reply. But not long now before Josh Moffat is into the stage.
My goodness, there's a nice one. Gordon Noble is watching us.
Gordon, I wish.
Hello, Gordon. We wish we were talking about you sitting on the start line of this stage.
Yeah, I'd rather not be knowing you're watching us. I'd rather us watching you. But there you go. But there you go. There's the camera crew and their position, and we will have action on the stage. So we do Slieve Gullion, 6.04 miles, where the crews then head towards Banbridge, where there is a regroup like there has been in previous years, before making their way out to the Bronte Homeland stage, 15.3 miles.
Here's
Josh through now.
First into the stage.
Now that's a great example, Michael, of what you were saying about very high speed and the need to keep it clean. There's the growth that you're talking about.
You can see the rocks, all the hidden rocks on the side of the road. Oh, he's going nicely. But you can see the climb. It's climb. Josh is pretty committed there.
Yeah, he's fairly on the pace there. So yeah, crews, I'll just go through this quickly. Crews then onto the Bronte Homeland. 2 minutes to 7, that stage begins before coming back into service in Newry at the Modern Tyres Depot at about 10 to 8. They leave there at 20 past 8 before heading back to Gullion here for another run over Gullion before coming back into Newry at about 9:30.
There's Marion up the hill.
So it looks as though we have possibly 2 cameras.
Yes, 2 cameras here. Now, I would go so far as to say there's a lot of people do have experience of Slieve Gullion, but actually Josh is young enough that he wouldn't have been doing the Northern Ireland Championship, so he's probably not done this stage before at any time in the past. I forgot to ask him earlier on. I should have asked him. Maybe Andrew or somebody can ask at some point in the future over the course of the evening to see whether Josh has actually done this stage before.
Well, they did a lot of the, whenever himself and Sam were younger and they were under the mentorship of Jerry McGarity, they did a lot of Northern Ireland rounds, maybe as you say, not necessarily Gullion and
yes,
that, but they did do some of the smaller events, keeping their hands in, first of all in the front wheel drive cars, and then they graduated to the Mitsubishi Evos, you know, which are fairly bulletproof.
Johnny Greer, and you can just see there's hardly any corners at all.
And hardly any room for error either.
There is no room for error on this stage. You have to, but you can't afford to back off either. You have to, Johnny, just ever so slightly more cautious there, I think, than Josh. Now, live results this weekend we brought to us again as from Paddy, as usual. And I'm trying to find him on my computer, but unsuccessfully. It won't take long to complete the stage. It's only just a tad over 5 miles, Sav, yep. Yeah.
Is that 5 or a 6? I need to put my glasses. Yeah, 6.04 miles. I mean...
Now, my dark horse of the rally is up next. I think Desi Henry was really legitimately in the hunt for a Circuit of Ireland.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. There he's there.
So there he is in the Bath Shack car. He's really matured into a very fast driver. I wouldn't be surprised if Desi turns it on.
Desi's not hanging about either.
And it's really good to listen there to the cars. You can just hear the...
Slight lift.
Just a slight lift,
yeah.
But nothing. And I mean, it's okay, you're going uphill, but at the same time, it won't... You need that wee confidence. It's the first stage. The tyres are probably not quite up to temperature. The car's got to get up to temperature. There's nerves. There is this reputation about Gullion.
And it looks like Kevin O'Driscoll is answering some of our guests who are watching the live stream. Kevin keeping the user a ball on okay about why Alistair Fisher didn't start the event this weekend. And as Michael said, he withdrew his entry from a part supply issue. So...
yeah, I mean, it was a very... I mean, I would have... One of his sort of close-up advisors, Jason, who, again, another driver who's really come on this year. He's not quite got the pace of the front runners, but he's just ever so slightly off, but close enough to be in the top 6 of nearly all the rallies. Providing he doesn't get too heroic like he did on the jump in Carncastle on the Circuit of Ireland this year.
No, he could be a dark horse for a good result. And I mean, it's also, I know it's only 9 stages, but they are 9 really tough stages. Tomorrow's going to be a real test with the stages in the Armagh, the Tandragee and Rich Hill area.
So I'm just hoping for the tracking system to refresh here, because we're Josh Moffat is literally refreshing, going over the flying finish as we speak. I know that Paddy McCollum of the rallyscore.net results people, Paddy does a great job, and their young Stuart Biggerstaff with Anthony Nestor co-driving.
Wow. Paddy's got the results in, and Marion Evans sets that stops the clocks at 5 minutes 33.9 seconds and 5:41.5 for Josh. 7.6 seconds. That's a spin or an overshoot.
It would suggest that, or has Josh put a sensible head on?
Or is Marion Evans now eating the same Cocoa Pops that Callum Devine's eating? Maybe that's part of it too.
Maybe that is part of it.
You know, I love it whenever Gerard Quinn sort of reminds Callum, have you had your Cocoa Pops this morning? But that's a fantastic time by Marion Evans. And himself and Jonathan Jackson now would be really pleased, the Melvin Evans Motorsport car. So
we're next up, we're due Alan. There we go, yeah, in the Harco Hyundai. Alan's another one who's had a great season. You know, he's leading the national part of the British Rally Championship. Picking and choosing his rallies. Hasn't done the tarmac because of the clash with some of the BRC rallies, but I think, you know, Alan's got a good history on the Ulster Rally. He's a multiple class winner, Group N. Always interesting point of view, good guy to talk to. The epitome of the clubman rally driver.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. And Johnny Greer now slots in second fastest.
0.3 of a second.
Yep.
So here we go again, Zav.
Yeah. No, listen, you wouldn't have it any other way.
Here
honestly.
we go again. So there's Niall Henry on the way up the hill. Niall in his Fiesta R5.
I take my hat off to you, oh Maestro.
He changed to Citroen earlier this year.
I take my hat off to you.
Oh, okay. So my predictions are, I did think that Desi Henry would be fast, and we're watching Niall up the hill. I think Desi is the dark horse for the rally. I think
fabulous time.
He's been legitimately one of the fastest drivers of the year, mixing it with, unfortunately, a couple of guys can't be here, but Josh, I'll be interested to hear, did Josh have an issue, or is he just has the family sort of spoken to him and said, Josh, you've driven fabulously this year. You don't need to do any heroics. Get the car home tonight and then go and set a few fastest times tomorrow. If he gets the car home tonight, am I right in saying that's it? He gets the first... So this is a double header, Zav.
Yeah, double points this weekend.
Yes, double points. So he gets points for...
Tonight
and points tomorrow, and that's him home.
That's why I was saying I think that, you know, Marion's job is extremely hard. But all Marion has to do is drive as well as he can. The other things will take care of themselves. But I would... The competitive nature that Josh has shown all year would lead me to believe that I can't see him driving at 9/10. And as we've spoken down the years, no driver really likes driving at 9/10.
They don't. And I mean, there's a young man who doesn't like driving at 9/10, Michael McGarity, we've just seen through, son of multiple Northern Ireland champion, multiple tarmac champion, Circuit of Ireland, multiple winner, Derek McGarity. I asked one of the team guys earlier on, why is Derek not out? And he says, he's done enough this year. So he's been rallying away in the Northern Ireland Championship, and
he's done a couple of events in Scotland as well.
He's gone very nicely as well.
He's gone very well there.
So he just, I think, maybe wants to let Michael have a... And this is a good opportunity for Michael to shine this weekend. He's been rallying now for 3 or 4 years, and he's come up through the ranks, and he's very lucky that he's got the opportunity to drive an R5 car. So Cal McCarthy in his sixth.
Cal's had some great runs this year.
He has, but he's been unlucky too.
He has been
yes, he was in West Cork. He was unlucky, which was his local event. Long trip up from County Cork for Cal. This is a bit of a baptism of fire. But these guys, you know, they take it all in their stride.
Well, at the moment, Desi Henry leading on a time on the opening stage of 5 minutes 32 seconds. Marianne Evans a further 1.9 seconds back in second. Johnny Greer with Sligo's Niall Burns on board is 2.2 seconds further back. Josh Moffat is now fourth with Mitchell, Paddy McCrudden in the Fiesta in fifth, and Stuart Bickerstaff and Anthony Nestor holding sixth. So 30-odd seconds separating that top six at the moment.
And that was Niall Devine and Liam McIntyre up the hill in their recently acquired R5 Fiesta. Niall stepping up from the Group N car of the last couple of years. Another, his dad, a former Northern Ireland champion. Niall really has started to speed up. He's got a nice turn of speed when he needs to. Stuart Bickerstaff completed the stage in 6:01.1. Jason Mitchell 5:47.0. Alan Carmichael 5:46.3. Just behind Josh on his 5:41.5. Now we've got, here's the first of the modified cars. Damien Toner in his Mark II. Now, these are the guys who have experience here. They know this place.
Yes.
They could. This is their opportunity. This one stage. Oh, he was pretty airborne there.
I'll be honest. It wouldn't surprise me to see a modified somewhere set a top 3, top 4 time here.
The big disadvantage is the power up the hill.
Yeah.
Four-wheel drive turbo cars have just got so much of an advantage with them when it comes to the torque. I mean, a Millington has got loads and loads of power, but
it's getting it on the ground.
Yeah. And I mean, particularly at the start of the stage, the first 3/4 of a mile, that car will have just been spinning wheels and spinning wheels. Be really interesting to see his time, which we'll get in 2 or 3 minutes. So we'll just be patient. And we should have the, I think, Simon Reid, yes, who, of course, is here battling for the modified national tarmac championship, Ace Signs Tarmac Champion national title. And him and Colin Byrne are running together on the road. These guys are all great friends, by the way. There's a big rivalry on the stages, but...
Well, looking at the Bronte stage in the area, the sun's now out. There's very few clouds in the sky, so...
Perfect. It looks like perfect conditions on Bronte. We have some advanced pictures come through here into the studio. And actually, it's not dissimilar to what we're seeing here in Slieve Gullion. But
I mean, that gives you, just to show Michael here, that's what it was like at 3 o'clock when I was leaving.
It was pouring down.
Pouring down.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was 2 hours ago. And as Michael was saying earlier, the ground is holding temperature really well and it dries off. What I will say in my own defence is I know that stage, and I know there will be areas where the water hasn't gone away. There's certain little dips, as you know, from the stage where farmland can get boggy. So it'll be a good test for them beginning at around 7 o'clock. Which is about an hour and 10 minutes away.
So a couple more times in as Colin Byrne makes his way up the hill. We'll just listen to him.
Of course, Niall Henry with Barney Mitchell navigating. Of course, Barney synonymous with Marty McCormack. Marty, who I've seen has, I think, taken possession of a BMW M3, which is going to be worth watching.
I think their next big trip is for the European Historic Championship, and I had a man phone me the other day, and who's almost a teammate, and he said Marty is going to win one of these European Historic rallies outright very soon.
Yeah, definitely.
Something that's caught my eye here, Zab, just for interest, we spoke, Andrew spoke to him at the start, was Marty Toner and Ben Taggart in the BMW 1 Series now. They certainly haven't come through our camera position. This is Camillus Bradley comes into view. Damien Toner I can see on the stage, but I can't see any sign of Marty. So unfortunately seems to be missing in action at the moment. If anybody has any clues, please don't be afraid to let us know. Somebody said Desi is in the Mark II version of the Fiesta R5. Yes, this is the Evo 2 effectively model, and his brother is in the Mark I version. And a few more times in, just to round off the top 10, Michael McGarty slots into 9th overall in his Octavia Skoda R5 on a 609.6. Niall Henry 611.0 puts him in 10th overall. And Cal McCarthy
629.
629. That's with no benchmark. Cal's maybe just played the cautious hand. If you've never been on this bit of road before, there's a lot of things that would...
Damien Toner slots into 4th.
Now, I was going to say if he gets into the top 5, I wouldn't be surprised. Now...
That's a cracking time from Damien Toner and
Denver
Rafferty. 5:36.3, which is just 2.2 seconds behind Johnny Greer, to put that into perspective, and quicker than Josh Moffat. By about 5.5 or 6 seconds. But we do have a feeling that Josh maybe overshot or had a bit of a spin, or as Michael has suggested, just maybe taking and treating Slieve Gullion 1 with respect, because it was a comment we heard from quite a lot of the drivers on the start ramp with Andrew Bush prior to going live on the opening stage of the 2020-22 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally. And of course, the service area and Rally HQ at the massive Modern Tyres complex in the Carnbean estate in Uri. A wonderful, wonderful place to operate out of.
Colin Price in his Starlet. Bit cautious there, just wee dab of the brakes. No harm in that, Sav. Not in the first stage anyway.
No, definitely not. There's Simon Reid and John Murphy have slotted into 6th, Michael, on a 5:45.7.
No,
so
I'm impressed with that. Damien, I'm not surprised. Simon, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
He's never been there before. That's a good drive.
No, I think some of the modified escorts sort of divide some rally enthusiasts in terms of what they're capable of with sequential boxes and the suspension and tweaks and stuff like that. But it's not a rabbit hole I'm going to go down to. But it really is good to see an escort in this instance put in the times that are comparable.
Well, he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah.
Lisburn man, Johnny Cargo.
Johnny had a good run on the circuit. I think Mo Downey was alongside him in that. Mo's sitting with someone else this weekend. Johnny hasn't been rallying that long.
Now, Johnny says he's never done this stage before. He looked pretty confident to me.
I'm sure he's done it before.
If he says he hasn't done it, he hasn't done it. I mean, he hasn't been around that long, and it hasn't actually been new. The last time there was a rally over this was 2018 Zav on the Mourne Rally, and previous to that, I think it was 2013. So it's really only been used once in the last 10 years. Circuit of Ireland used it at the end of around about 09, 2010, there or thereabouts, when Bobby Willis ran the rally out of Dundalk. But prior to that, it used to be used twice a year. So there's people who have been rallying for a while, have lots and lots of experience of it, but there's people who haven't been rallying that long, don't have the experience of it. So I do actually have tracking now for Marty Toner, just to keep everybody.
That's good.
He's on the stage and is actually, in theory, the next car due. So let's hope it was just a blip, a mechanical thing where he's had to. He should be due in shot very shortly. These cars do, in particular. When we spoke to him at the start earlier on, he explained that it's a BMW M engine, but a Ford back end. So they're, whilst they look pretty simple on the outside, they're pretty complicated bits of kit on the inside. Now, we have a couple more times coming in. Just Niall Devine slots into 9th overall on a 5:49. Camillus Bradley, 6:00.2 puts him in 10th overall, just ahead of Stuart Biggerstaff. Colin Byrne, 6:07.4. Just listen to the BM.
Bit of smoke there.
Yeah, it's a bit smoky.
Of course, a couple of stories to bring you.
Is the clutch slipping in that car? There's something definitely...
There's something not right.
There's something awry with the car. It sounded like she was starting to rev a bit. I know it's a revvy engine anyway, but it sounded like it was maybe a slipping clutch or something.
Problem is he's got to go all the way to Banbridge and then do the Bronte Homeland stage before he can get to service. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, but the odds are against him here. The deck is stacked effectively. So
a couple of stories too from the Ulster Rally further down the field, and we will mention her later on. But
Gareth Black, we'll expect a good performance from him this weekend. He is a rapid young man.
Very rapid in that car. Very, very rapid.
He's committed up there. The difference in speed to Marty Toner, you can see Marty was struggling. I just wonder, was it a transmission problem? So you were saying you've got some stories there from...
Yeah, from the Ulster Rally themselves. I mean, Letitia Clon from Hamilton Spawn passed her driving test last month, and she's now lining up towards the latter end of the field on the Ulster for this year, but that's Stephen navigating. So we'll make a comment of that later on when we cover them. But a shout out to the camera crew. I mean, they've found some really good locations, and we have the 2 camera positions, as we say, on the opening stage here.
A few people watching online there. Nigel Scouse, good old rallyman, commentator in his own right. How you, Nigel? How you doing? Good to see you watching. Seamus Cassidy. Paddy Havron is watching us. Paddy, career scrutineer. Thanks for all your help over the years, Paddy. Rallying wouldn't be what it is without people who dedicate their time, the marshals, the timekeepers, and scrutineers are unsung heroes as well. Highly qualified people who take their time out to inspect the cars, stand over them, and then basically give them their seal of approval to go out, and the safety aspect of it is a big responsibility.
Stephen Quinn's watching and says he's bringing his kids out tomorrow for the first ever rally. Gar Clydes is watching in Alberta, Canada. Good evening, good morning to you. You're probably about 5 hours behind us, so possibly about lunchtime. Nice to have you on board with us. And a really good source of rallying information in This Is Irish Rallying's Facebook page. They've sort of checked in to let us know that they're watching. Thank you very much. And Martin Taylor's watching from Dundrum in Dublin. So
is that Martin Taylor as in Dublin Crystal Martin Taylor, do you think?
I shall ask him. He may reply rather quickly.
Is another man who devotes a lot of time. That is local man John Gordon, climbing the hill in Gullion. Very committed local rally driver.
So, as I say, we have Facebook Live on here in the studio as a means of keeping in touch with messages that are coming in. We will endeavour try not to miss anything.
We're also obviously streaming on YouTube. This is one of our, next up should be one of our overseas visitors. Nice little good news story. Ollie Benton is out in his, with Donegal man, Johnny Baird, normally sits with Wesley Patterson in their Mark II. And this is another family affair. Ollie's dad, Steve, is further down with Ian Kidd in their historic RS 1800.
Ollie, who's been over here and done the Samsonist Rally, 3rd in Class 6, 7th in Class N6 on the circuit, 3rd in Class 13 in Donegal this year. So,
of course, he had the little embarrassment on the circuit where they misjudged the fuel and ran out of fuel in front of our live cameras, if you remember correctly.
Yep. Neil Henderson watching in the Forest of Dean.
It is Dublin Crystal Martin Taylor. Hiya, Martin. Martin, of course, competes regularly in his Proton, but also throws his hat in the ring and as a double O'ing, and I'm pretty sure he double O'd on the Circuit of Ireland this year.
I do believe he did.
Every now and again, his lovely wife drives the car. I was at Bishop's Court earlier this year, and she was having a good old crack round Bishop's Court circuit in the car.
Well, Bonnywell here now, Michael, in
the Kill Street car,
R5.
Yeah.
Now, Willie...
Bit of a step up for William.
Bit of a step up, but a very much a regular on the Scottish Tarmac Championship and the Scottish Forest Championship. Willie is a handy driver, but this will certainly push him onto the limits of his experience in tarmac here.
Now, Paul Britton is, I think, out of position here. I would have probably had, you asked my opinion, probably should be seated a little bit higher in his Group N Impreza. Now, Group N really isn't quite as well supported as it should be. It's still a very competitive form of rallying, so a very competent rally driver. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the bottom end of the top 10 in that car. And talking about the bottom end of the top 10, we get a few names creeping into the top 10. Jason Mitchell is 8th, Niall Devine 9th. John Devlin rounds off the top 10 now with a very good time of 5:56, which is quite impressive. Cal McCarthy, we reckon, had a problem. And Marty Toner's time's in 6:19.7. So he didn't lose. He obviously wasn't stopped on the stage. It must have been the road sections where he was stopped. So that's not the end of the world, but I'd say he's 30 seconds or 20 seconds down on where he would ideally want to be. So just to give you an idea of the time spread, we think Cal McCarthy maybe had a bit of an issue somewhere in the stage. 57 seconds separates the cars through, and we've got 20 cars through the stage so far. Now, this is a man and young lady, in the Rally 4, Casey Coleman. I think he could be someone to watch.
Yeah,
and the other
definitely.
one, we've the three of them together here, the Rally 4 cars. Jason Dixon next, Ryan Caldwell and Joseph Kelly. All four of these guys, it's a sliver of paper will separate them.
Yeah, it will.
This is one of the battles of the rally that I think we'll be lucky enough that the way the design of the rally is, we're lucky enough to cover this, and we're lucky enough to be able to see these up-and-coming young drivers in their homologated cars, all very closely matched. The one, I suppose, is Joe Kelly and Ronan Comerford. So this should be Jason Dixon and the Dixon Insurance Fiesta. You can hear the small engine, the little 3-cylinder engines, turbocharged, of course, 2-wheel drive, 1-litre turbos have.
I do believe so. Yep.
Produced 200 odd brake horsepower, there or thereabouts.
Andrew John Thomas watching in Pembrokeshire. Paddy McCartan says, great coverage, guys. I'm now heading up to the Bronte Homeland stage.
Enjoy that, Paddy.
George Leach.
Be careful and look after yourself and don't do anything rash.
Mark McCullough has just joined us, so if you have anything via YouTube...
There's another good rally man there. Gary Rogers is watching us. Hiya, Gary. How you doing? Gary has a lovely collection of rally cars and a good competitive Group N, former Group N Northern Ireland champion a few years ago. So we should have had Ryan Caldwell. And I'm not sure, is that Ryan?
So coming up next, we should hope to see Philip Greenley, Declan McNaughton, Gary Armstrong, Neil Williams, Mark O'Connor, Sam Adams, and of course just as big a fight going on for the modified and the national, as well as the historic. So we'll have historic times later on. But in terms of the national event, the Ulster National, Damien Toner leads on a time of 5 minutes 36.3 seconds. Simon Reid, 5 minutes 45.7. Alan Carmichael on 5:46.3. Niall Devine is fourth in the national on 5:49.1, with John Devlin rounding out the top 5 in his Escort Mark II. So quite a lot of battles to look forward to, and as Michael said, the way the schedule runs, time-wise, we'll be able to cover quite a few spectators tonight, or competitors tonight and tomorrow.
So that was Joseph Kelly in the R4 Peugeot. Obviously, Ryan Caldwell was up previously with Grace O'Brien co-driving. Grace and Ryan have had a fantastic year in the Ace Signs
Very consistent.
Tarmac Championship.
Really consistent.
And obviously, over the course of the different rallies, we've had different young people, one of them being Kyle White, entertained us a few times earlier on. Kyle is focusing on the British Rally Championship and has had some really storming drives in his little Peugeot this year. And in fact, had a bit of injustice, which for once, fair play to the rally on the Nicky Grist stages, he was sort of robbed of the class win, and the Clerk of course investigated it and gave him his legitimate time back.
Which is really good. Shane McGurr, now that's a man who would know a good time when he sees it. Says that is some time from Damien Toner and Denver Rafferty.
Absolutely, Shane. You had some good times yourself last weekend in Cork in the forestry, so Shane can pedal on all right himself.
Oh, that's what I was saying. It would, he would have
nice.
an idea what a good time is.
Yes, he would. And I think he's done this. If I remember, Shane didn't venture onto tarmac so often, but when he did, he was always very good. And I'm pretty sure he did this rally a few times. So Philip Greenlee was seen through. Declan McNaughton. Now here's another man known locally as Decky from North Antrim. Declan was probably the fastest Mark II driver during the noughties in his famous yellow Escort. Big accident, I think, on the Ulster Rally. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy sets a time in the top 10, Zav. He is a very highly rated driver.
It's funny you say about he was, a famous man in a yellow Escort. There was another famous man not too far from here, BIB 8888.
You were going to say BIB.
Yeah. Winston Henry.
Yep.
I mean,
never a bother to Winston.
No, listen, he was some tulip. I tell you, he was a great driver. And did the circuit in the days when it was the circuit.
Yes.
54 stages, and you were winning the events by 4 and 5 minutes and that kind of thing. But Bestbrook Car Dismantlers, if I remember rightly, was one of his major sponsors.
Yes.
Person
yes.
International. So
I've just had a brainwave about something here. Sorry, Zav, I shouldn't be.
You're like one of those magicians on stage rooting through their props box.
Yeah. I've just had a brainwave about something. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't.
So the ubiquitous sound.
So that was the first of the historics. That was an RS 1800.
Lovely sound that.
Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan. Now I think they're leading the historic part of the Tarmac Championship by quite some way.
You can just see the clouds starting to come in there when the cameraman zooms back. So that's what Michael and myself were saying earlier. It's a bit hit and miss.
Well,
but, staying dry at the moment, which is what we want. And the good thing is we don't seem to have lost anyone, touch wood, so far in Gullion.
No, we've got, at this point, we've 27 cars through. Just the first of the Rally 4 cars is through, which is Casey Coleman, did a 6:19.0. So it'll be very interesting to see what the other guys have done.
Billy Bonnywell's time is in alongside Alan McDougall. They're on a 6:47.1. So quite a bit of a time difference back to the top 20 time of Colin Price and Chris Johnson.
Thank you. So we're just plugging computers and things in here before we... Is it going to work? No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Hold on. Where are you trying to get to?
There. Sorry about this, everybody. That's us. Don't know. It's okay.
We're just sorting things out.
So Sam Adams should be, and Michael Johnson. Interesting factoid, one of Michael's little factoids. Michael Johnson is the former clerk of the course of this rally. When it ran out of Antrim for a long time. Michael was one of the pioneering, long-standing clerks of the courses of the rally. Now he's co-driving not just here, but we were talking about Marty McCormick on the European Historic, FIA European Historic Championship. Michael has been competing with County Antrim's Ernie Graham, who's London based, and they have a 3-car team which includes Barney Mitchell and Marty McCormick in the BMW. So Michael is a former senior fireman in the Northern Ireland Fire Service, and he retired a couple of years ago, so he's making most of his retirement.
And quite right too.
Yep.
Quite right too.
So that's Gary Armstrong, and with Chris Sims co-driving. Chris is as well known as a driver in his own right, very competitive guy in the Northern Ireland Championship. They're a 2-litre Escort. So they would be a bit of a disadvantage there, I think. Sorry, I said Gary Armstrong. That was William Armstrong and Ryan Moore. Again, Ryan, very well known, capable co-driver from Donegal. William, local man. And then, of course, the next Armstrong is David Armstrong, who is a front runner in the historic category. Now, he's not up next, but we should have Adrian Grant and Olivia Chambers in their little starlet will be the next car into view, I hope. So interesting, Paul Britton's one of the few Group N cars. He did a 6:15.6, just ahead of Ollie Benton and Johnny Baird in their Mark II, 6:16.0. All very competitive in the midfield, just a couple of seconds separating sort of the bottom end of the top 10 down to 20th is 14 seconds separating them, which is absolutely nothing when you've got this variation of cars and drivers. And so I would have thought that our next competitor would have been into view by now, Adrian Grant. Not often we get a delay like this, so. And another young driver. So that was one of the historic cars.
I have, it looks like, I think we've just had Jonathan Jackson's dad tune in to watch.
Very good.
But you know the way when you press a button and something disappears and then you're trying frantically to find where it was? I'm in that position here at the moment. So I'm pressing buttons left, right and centre. And our producer
is absolutely sympathetic to you.
Is providing no help whatsoever.
I just Raymond Stockman and Anita Lennon. Hello, Anita. How are you? Nice to see you watching.
So for those of you who are getting in touch via one of the Facebook feeds, if you haven't heard from me, I've lost the comments. So. Interesting for me are the times for Cal McCarthy on 6:29 dead. Willie Bonnewell in the McKinstry Motorsport R5, 6:47.1, both by some way. Colin Price showing the starlet in 6:24.2. So.
Well, Willie Bonnewell did drop a bit of time now. Do you think, is that just because it's really his first time out in an R5 car and he doesn't have the experience? I mean, the guys from McKinstry Motorsport were sort of saying this morning that, yeah, he's quite capable in the car. It's just that it's a big learning curve for him.
It would be completely different to what he's normally used to driving. So, you know, it'll take you time to settle in.
Harry Johnston is very distinctive 325i BMW with Ashley Bolton co-driving. Nice and committed up the hill there. No lifts or brake lights flashing, so a man on a mission. I think the previous car we saw through is young Scott Singleton. This is his first season of rallying. His dad was a well-known, very popular driver. Willie Singleton.
Yeah, Willie, of course, the DLR furniture on the Mark II and the BDA.
And that's Shane Cullen and Michael Laverty in their larger engined multi-valve Escort. Again, no flicker brake lights or anything over the jump, so quite a committed, good run up the hill there. Shane's a nice, consistent driver.
So we're still about 45 minutes away from the start of stage 2. Leading crews now making their way down to Banbridge for the regroup in the town centre before they will make their way out back towards Loch Brickland, where they'll come off the A1 and fork immediately left to the start of special stage 2.
Hello Phil Cherry, nice to see you watching. Phil, well-known rally driver in Northern Ireland, who I did my first proper stage rally with. There we go. Long time ago, Phil. This is some fan cam stuff. Josh Moffat. So that is this is the unused bit of road towards, from the start where they turn left and then into almost immediate a hairpin left. That's the bit of road that was very slippy at the start.
But it was really good because it was exactly as you were saying about how narrow the road is, and you could see on the side of the road how easy it is to get caught out.
And if you just leave your braking too late or whatever, it would be very easy to snatch a wheel and run wide. Kyle White is watching. Kyle, you should be doing the rally, and thanks for coming into the studio last year. You were very entertaining. And you've had a great season so far this year. Congratulations, young man. You're doing well.
Yeah, you looks like you get the handle of the car, so that's really good to see. And as Michael said, you were a great guest of us last year and gave a terrific insight into making notes and doing stages and how your own career was progressing through. So wish you well for the rest of the year.
So I've a feeling that was Patrick Fitzpatrick and James McInerney in their Mark II. Here's some more fan cam from the... it's from Mr. Doherty, Eddie Doherty. So Eddie's a well-known spectator and has sent us some great shots in the past. Eddie was responsible for that Jason Mitchell shot, do you remember, on the Circuit of Ireland?
Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah.
So well done there, Eddie, I have to say. Now, the Armstrong family, that's Stephen and Philip Armstrong, from this neck of the woods, rally mad, the family. I don't know how many of them are out on the rally. Maybe somebody would give us an insight into that. Kyle White says, great coverage, guys. I must say that commentating is much harder than rallying. I'm not so sure about that, Kyle. What I would say is I reckoned earlier on that Adrian Grant and Olivia Chambers were due. And if somebody would just get me a water, would be great. Thank you. Now, the tracking seems to have them stopped just after... Actually, the point where Eddie Doherty did his sent fan cam, they've been stationary now for a while, so whether they've got a puncture or whatever, unfortunate that they seem to possibly be our first casualty. Duncan Williams Neil Williams was through earlier on with a few of the historic people. Duncan hopefully is 2/3 of the way through the stage. Duncan's over from England with Guy Weaver in their historic RS 1800. A great battle earlier in the year in West Cork and also in the Circuit of Ireland. So they're making a real good go of the Tarmac Championship this year. A few more times in. There's nothing, I think, suppose the most impressive time so far really has to be Damien Toner setting the two-wheel drive pace and 4th overall, and Desi, Henry and Marion Evans. And yes, we've got it on the screen. Henry and Robinson, just 1.9, and the young ladies just delivered me a nice glass of water. Thank you very much, Niamh. Thank you. Yes, so Philip Greenley and Terry Walkinshaw. Philip actually getting a bit further this time. Philip, very capable driver. Be interesting to see what his times are at the end of the stage. Apparently he calls the car Orange Buzz. We'll need to dig down into that one somewhere along the way, guys. I'm getting a production instruction in my ear, and it's unrepeatable. So there we go, the buzz. Well, I think we all get a buzz out of rallying, don't we? Now we have a whole batch of historic cars coming. John O'Reilly, Berrien Richards, John Adams and Noel Watt. Hopefully the first of the historic times are actually through. So Neil Williams completed the stage in a 6:10.0. Let me just, 6:10.6. David Armstrong, 6:11.8. Well, there's nothing in that, 1.2 seconds. Duncan Williams, 6:12.9. Who says that historic rallying is boring? These guys are setting up for a big race already. Now, the person who I would have, in my opinion, has the home advantage there is David Armstrong. David's won the Mourne Rally outright in the past in his Sierra. Very experienced Ashley Trimble co-driving for him. But I have to say, Neil Williams really has sort of set the pace all year and continues to do so here. So he'll be pleased to have taken a couple of seconds out of local expert David Armstrong. John Bradley did a 6:12.5. Declan McNaughton will be disappointed with a 6:14. And there's a beautiful little Mark 1 Escort of John O'Reilly and Nick Sparks. Both very well-known names. Nick in particular, well-known co-driver. Declan McNaughton just slotting in front of Paul Britton and Oliver Benton. Matthew McGaffin, 6:19.5. Sam Adams and Michael Johnson, 6:29.2. Scott Singleton, 6:29.5. Patrick Fitzpatrick and James McInerney in their Mark II, 6:29.8. And then Harry Johnson and Ashley Bolton in the very distinctive BMW 325i, 40th overall in the rally and a 6:32.4. Obviously a 1980s car, running pretty old technology, so that's quite impressive when you think about it. Good run for those guys. So that was John O'Reilly and Nick Sparks. Sorry, I have a bit of false information. The previous was Craig McWilliam and Guy McWilliam in their RS 1600. So the nice little silver car. These cars just don't have the same suspension travel as the more modern Mark II Escorts. But compared to the modified cars, they have a very strict set of regulations that the cars pretty much have to be in period, and they must match the homologation papers, which is a massive book of pictures and descriptions of how the car was built in the original day. So the Mark I Escort was late 1960s through about 1973. I think this is Berrien Richards. Yep. And Frank Curtin.
Looks like we're shaping up for a really good battle in the historics.
The historics, I was just talking about that,
Yeah.
Sav, when you nipped out of the room there. Just, there's nothing in it. I was just saying that the Armstrongs obviously have this place, and particular David Armstrong, there's nothing in it, so he's won the Mourne Rally in the past.
I'm wondering then to Chris, was it Chris Armstrong?
No, they're not. Chris Armstrong is Cavan. Chris Armstrong.
No. Who was the guy from Eamon McAleen's neck of the woods out near Leitrim that rallied the Rotary Mazda?
I know exactly who. It was our Chris used to co-drive for him, didn't he?
Not Brian.
These are the Davy Armstrong, Norman Armstrong. In fact, if they walk into a room, I struggle to tell them apart. And I had met actually David in the village where I live a couple of weeks ago, and he had broken his glasses at work.
It's bugging me because I thought it was Chris.
So that's
now that's an overview of the opening stage. Now, for those of you who are interested, one of the highlights for the organisers this year is Rallying in the Dark. Our expert helpers tell me that sunset is at 20:46. That's about 8:45. The first car will only be going into the second run through Gullion at 5 to 9. So we're going to get
twilight,
a night stage, and certainly the later runners definitely will get to use the spotlights there, which it's quite possible by the time that car that has just gone through gets to the Bronte Homeland stage, it will be starting to get very dusk. Some of them obviously hoping to get back to service before they fit the full spotlights.
Well, our producer has started something of a craze here, because Claire Ratcliffe is on social media and she says, "Orange buzz, flat to the tin." Seems like you have an inside line there, Claire. Fair play to you.
So good to see some of the comments coming in.
Well, Claire Radcliffe, because of her orange buzz, flat to the tin comment, she's won herself a modern Tyres hat, which is a nice beanie hat. We have a couple. We'll let them see when you come back to the studio. We're going to give a couple of those away. And Rory Byrne dropped them off to us earlier on. My co-commentator, Zav McCartan, can demonstrate the beanie hat later on.
Yeah.
So, car 57, Ben Walsh and Damien Sheridan from County Donegal. Ben's first season of rallying. He's been doing the Tarmac Championship. He's been doing rather well, actually. His dad is a well-known co-driver. But Ben is cutting a groove in his own right. So, well done, young man. He's having a nice season. Made the trip from Donegal.
So we've managed to get some of the comments back, which is good. Malcolm MacDonald, Proud Luck is watching. Malk, I haven't seen you since Rally Day when you took me for a run in the McRae 555 in Pretza. But I see you're keeping busy, and I see the Proud Luck name is doing rather well in an Opel Adam, if my reading is correct. So it has obviously passed through to the genes. But Malcolm, nice to know you're here. And we do need to catch up, because I remember spending an afternoon in your company, and very enjoyable it was. So nice to see you on board. Hope the family are all well. Very welcome, Claire. I'm not entirely certain you're going to see either myself or Michael modelling it, but we will certainly let you see what one looks like.
Dread. No, don't go there. Just for interest, we'll have a couple of screens here going with the tracking one, which is connected into the system, and I can see that car 40, Adrian Grant, is still stopped just less than a mile into this stage. We know there's no problem, because if there was a problem, the stage would have been stopped, so it must be quite simply just a mechanical failure. The rest of the competitors are now in the regroup in Banbridge, and this is all up in the public domain. Robert Irwin in his Corolla. Now, Robert, I remember when I was a young man, he was a young man, and he was rallying that car. I still think of him as a young man, and he's still rallying his little Corolla rear-wheel drive, so fair play to him. Except...
I've sent you a photograph.
Okay.
You're probably better than me putting it out. But it would just give people an idea of how many electrical appliances we have open. And when we say that it's like trying to mind mice at a crossroads, in that you're keeping an eye on everything. And why sometimes whenever you shoot back to us from live footage to the studio, we look like our rabbits caught in the headlights because we're watching so much going on. But we do try our best to keep you abreast of the latest news. So as Michael said, crews now in Banbridge for the regroup, just at the bottom of the town, and they'll make their way back out and up towards the A1 and back towards Brickland to the start of the stage just off the A1, and we'll start that wonderful 15.3 miles of the Bronte Homeland stage. Now, I'm trying to find out clouds, and the weather's holding nicely for us. I was out of the studio there for a second, and the sun is splitting the trees here in our studio, just outside. Our camera crews on stage 2 will be just shortly after the start. As I said, the crews go up onto the top of the New Area Road, cross over the A1 in the direction of Brickland, and round the back of the outlet, and begin and make their way down Cascum Road.
There's a slightly different angle on the stage.
Yeah, Louise Conn is waiting on the pocket rocket, Letitia Conn. Louise, we were mentioning earlier on that Letitia passed her test about a month ago, and herself and Dad are out in the car, so we'll be keeping an eye out for them. So a great opportunity for us in the studio here to get as many crews through the opening stage and commentate. So hopefully families and friends at home or on the stages are keeping abreast of what's going on.
So Philip Greenlee, now I'm a bit actually, Philip wanted to mention, and this is maybe for the wrong reasons, Philip did a really good time in the stage there, Sav, of a 6:16.0. Simon Gordon just away through in his Astra. But unfortunately he seems to have picked up a pile of road penalties, 2.5 minutes worth of road penalties. So Philip Greenlee and Terry Walkinshaw, unfortunately, despite setting a time that would have put them round about 32nd, 33rd overall, has dropped them right to the back of the field with time penalties. And sometimes when you get a bunch of road penalties, Sav, you would say to yourself, right, there's a bit of a problem here, there's a technical thing going on or whatever. But when one guy gets a penalty, it's generally they've been late or they've been early and they've made a mistake or whatever, or they've had a problem on the road section. 2.5 minutes would suggest to me...
It's a lot of penalties.
That's a lot of penalties, yeah. I would need to look at the regs to see, early is generally a minute per minute, and late is 10 seconds per minute. So I'm not quite sure how they could accumulate effectively 6.
I think we might have just No, that wasn't Letitia Cohen, I don't think.
Peugeot. So the guys early in the service area, and lovely wee car.
Who was that? Was that Charlie Wright, car number?
It's the Howlett brothers, Ben and Simon Howlett.
So Fabian McAleer and Al McCarran should be up next in the RS
Should be,
1800.
yep. Just looking at the tracking. Yep, the Howletts. Now we also have car 61. John O'Rourke in the Opel Adam. We haven't seen them come through, and I think they may be stopped just short of our camera position. So that was Fabian. Fabian, obviously, long-time supporter in Northern Ireland rallying. Has a lovely supermarket in Irvinstown, and supports Enniskillen Motor Club every year at the May Day Rally, and of course the Lakeland Stages coming up in a couple of weeks' time. The first, well, it's not actually the first of the gravel rallies this year in Northern Ireland. That's happened at 5 Mile Town earlier this year, but Macrofelt Motor Club are actually running a little event next Sunday in Dava Forest, which is fundamentally a gravel rally. I think they could probably do with a few more entries, so if anybody's interested in doing it, go on to Macrofelt and District Motor Club's website. They're looking for a few entries. I think the Lakeland Stages has got quite a few entries already. And then we have the famous Bushwhacker.
Yeah.
Oma Motor Club.
The Bushwhacker Grand Prix.
And Lewis Boyd, who is very much involved in Oma Motor Club, has... I would need to look up the safety plan, but I think he's got a... but he's actually looking after this stage, I believe. He's part of the ground crew on Gullion this evening, and a former Ulster rally clerk of the course as well.
Yeah, Lewis was heavily involved whenever we first came over to do rally radio with Chris Ross, Julian Porter, 2011, 2012. And organisers give us a really massive amount of help in terms of making our way around, getting everything organised. Stages based up around the Antrim area, and I was at the end of Torhead and stayed on to record the first time the historic guys had driven over Torhead in the dark.
Right.
And it was amazing to hear them arrive. Just all you'd see is headlights. And Greg Strange, be good to him. He actually kept it as like a 1 hour podcast and put it up in the early hours of the Saturday morning, and it ended up being one of the most listened to podcasts I've done all year.
Really?
Yeah, it's just
so atmospheric.
Oh, just to hear them come to the end of Torhead and rave about it in the dark, you know. Johnny McLaughlin is asking us, has Raymond McLaughlin been through yet?
I don't think he's actually due yet, is he?
He's not due yet.
No, he's not due for another 20 minutes or so.
About 10, 15 minutes.
Now, I'm just looking at I think he may very well be making his way to the start of the stage. So Raymond's actually running 91, so we're currently in the late 60s. So another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful. My daughter has said, try not to touch your microphone. It's making a lot of noise.
Right.
So that's me told.
It certainly is. So unfortunately, the tracking does seem to be a little bit slow on refresh. Maybe if I go to this one more.
So there's very little cloud and the weather's good at home, so I would imagine that means the Bronte stage could well be run in mostly ideal conditions.
Yes.
So if you take, in fact, we have about 90 competitors. The tail enders will not be starting this stage next time round until about 10:30. So quite a late evening for them. And then,
but I mean, this is the Ulster Rally.
Yeah,
it
this
was
is the
always
one.
traditionally that's what people wanted. I mean, it used to run all night. Sav.
Yeah.
I mean, so
kicked off in Craigavon about 4 o'clock, made its way across west, the breakfast halt and then a skilling, and out over the sort of the north of Derry, stroke Londonderry, North Antrim, back to Belfast. And of course there was that famous scene with when there was team orders with Jimmy McRae and Russell, was it on the Ulster? With Melvin Hodgson, Russell Banham and ice cream to sweeten them up a bit.
I think, was that not the Circuit of Ireland?
Was it?
Yeah.
I know it was one of the last stages coming out of Antrim, heading back into Belfast. One of the wonderful Barry Hinchcliffe films. Sort of Barry Hinchcliffe and Plum Tindall, of course, that have managed to record and keep so many great events over the years.
Nice little car. Proper little historic RS 1800.
Yeah, we'll aim to take the whole field because we'll not be going live to the Bronte Homeland stage probably for about another 15 minutes. Thereabouts. Our camera crews are positioned quite early into the stage, and you must be looking at a time of probably around 11 or 12 minutes. As Michael said earlier, there's been a new addition to the start of the stage, where it begins out the Cascum Road out of the outlet, the big shopping place in Banbridge.
Yep.
So it begins there and then makes its way across and up onto the top of, up off the Grove Hill Road, and finishes in Glasgow Village, where they then the crews make their way back to service halt in Newry at the Modern Tyres depot for about 10 to 8. They have half an hour before they come out, and we'll come back to the second running of Gullion later on tonight. And of course, if you're interested, we will have Andrew Bush in service to try and ascertain from the crews what they made of the opening 2 stages. We should be live with him about 10 to 8. And again, they'll be back into service at around shortly after 9:30 to wrap up the opening day's coverage of the 2022 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally, along with Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Council, KDM Hire, the Moan County Hotel, Used Cars NI, today's supermarkets, and Abbey West. Abbey West, who help bring the live pictures that you're watching to us.
The trick little boxes. Now, one of the things I have to say is we seem the tracking isn't quite refreshing and updating as well as it might do, but we did have Chris George through the previous car in the BMW 325. Joe Kelly's just come through.
Lisa, we will try and give you the numbers. That's what we're using the tracking system for, as Michael's explaining there. But we will try and give you the numbers. But as you can tell from our dulcet tones, we're probably the older end of the age spectrum, and maybe perhaps we didn't eat enough carrots. But we will try and give you the car number. But we're heading towards the cars at the latter end of the field. There were 87 confirmed starters. That was car number 64 that had just gone through.
Oh no, we're well after that.
So
we're well past. That was the Howlett Brothers and the Peugeot
Yeah,
306. So we're
our
into
producer
the 70s.
is behind
Yeah.
is behind the time.
Yeah, Stephen McGurk.
So which is car 76. It's running 70th on the road, although seated 76. We had a few withdrawals, as we know. So that would leave 11, about 16 or 17 more cars here at the opening Gullion stage. And I'll see if it's possible to find rally track because
it just seems to have quit, really, if the truth be known. Well, I think we've had there are one or two retirements. Obviously, car 61, Jay O'Rourke, and car 40, Adrian Grant. The rest of the cars are all on their way to the Banbridge. So anybody who's interested in the tracking system, what you have to do is go to the Sport Tracks website, as opposed to Rally Track, and what they have is an extension, effectively like a little add-on to Google Earth, and you need to have Google Earth installed on your computer or laptop, and then that extends into it's like a favorite place or whatever, and it's open to everybody. So it's Sport Tracks now. I did have it on my computer, Zav, at one time earlier on.
Well, I have it here, but
it's tracking.sporttracks, which is tracking.sporttraxx.com. Tracking.sporttracks.com. Oh, and yep, he is slow. So this is James Wiley. Funny, I was talking to James earlier on today, and very, very nice man. I wonder if they got a puncture. It looks like there's a nice, safe place to do it anyway. No, bonnet's been opened, so it doesn't sound so good. Now that was car 78, Jim Feenan in the S2000 Fiesta with Barry McPartland co-driving, just making their way past. So this is the high revving 2-litre normally aspirated car. We were talking about the rallying has its big highs and big lows, but after doing maybe a very comprehensive recce of the stages, and we're about 2 miles into the stage here. Very unfortunate.
It's what we were saying earlier. I mean, it's...
So next up should be Andrew Sims in the Winston Henry BIB 8888 car. After you talking about it earlier on.
That's class. I think that is brilliant.
With... So when I was out making the notes for the rally initially, my first pass over the stages, I came down to a road on Tyrone's Ditches Ave.
Yeah.
Which is run tomorrow. Turned into a road, and it's Ballydocherty Road, and I thought to myself, I know a girl, Ballydocherty ice cream. And the Sims, famous with Newry and District Motor Club, and Barbara Sims was always the secretary for the rally. And she used to treat us all in the rally office to the most beautiful dairy ice cream that she made herself on the farm.
Oh, wow.
And she's married to Andrew. So when Robert was on the phone to me then, the co-driver, I said, is that Andrew and Barbara's farm then? And they said, yep, they're live right on the stage. So you can't get better than that. Well, there's not too much rushing about going on here with James, unfortunately. So it looks pretty terminal to me.
Brian Duggan, thanks for your help, Brian. Brian says that live tracking is also available via the Sport Tracks Races app.
The Sport Tracks Races app?
Yeah.
Okay. And I take it that you can open that on a mobile device. So that very much looked like car number 80, David Pedley and Steve Warrington in their H5 category, Mark II Escort RS 1800. James Wiley just reversing the car into the car park. That looks like the end of the day for James, unfortunately. So we should have the Carties up next in their little Vauxhall Nova, which this is crazy, Zav. The Vauxhall Nova is now capable of running in the historic class. So
I know.
What does that say?
When
We are getting into the older end of the spectrum. So there's the Nova, and James just following protocol there, showing the preceding cars the OK board. This is a very well proven system whereby if you stop on the stage, you must display either an OK board to say you're all right, or if you do have a medical emergency, the flip side of the board is an SOS, and there's a procedure whereby the next car will proceed to the next available radio point, where they will radio to the start, who will stop the stage and send in medical assistance, and this all happens within really a couple of minutes. So nice to see procedure being followed. There's the little Saxo. Citroen C2, I call it a Saxo. Johnny Armstrong and Phil Mitchell in their C2. That car's running in class N4. If my eyes don't deceive me, they're going very nicely up the hill there.
Yeah, totally agree.
And another local Armstrong, I think. A bit of local knowledge, maybe.
I'm going to rely on you for the sport track. I'm not having a very successful attempt.
Okay. Well, I do have to say, it does seem to be a bit frozen at the moment, and I have it open on two computers here. So actually, what I'll do is I'll quit one, Zav, and press don't save, and then we'll go... Okay, so we believe that the zero cars are into stage 2. And I'm just going to open a new version of the Sport Tracks. Maybe it'll refresh, because these things, obviously nothing's perfect in this world, except for you, Zav, of course.
Oh no, steady, I wouldn't go that far.
So this is Philip McKibben and Tommy Kaman in their RS 2000 historic, as opposed to an RS 1800.
Very similar in looks to the car that Roger Clark won the 1968 Circuit of Ireland in.
Pull your anorak zip up there, Sav.
It's time I went for another break, is it? Oh.
So actually that seems to have solved my problem. I've reopened the app. So what I'll do is try and reopen the app. There's the beautiful board.
Sounds class.
Well, Trevor Wilson and Paul Mulholland. So Paul is a Newry Motor Club member, and Trevor Wilson is James's dad. Is that correct?
Makes sense, yeah.
Yes.
Armagh Tank. Is it Armagh Tankers?
Yes, yep. What a lovely looking car.
Yeah.
So
we don't see or hear enough of them, to be honest.
Now. Okay, so we're getting ourselves geared up here for stage 2. I'm going to do a bit of jiggery pokery here with...
You do the jiggery pokery, because we're going to have an introduction into stage 2.
Yep.
Going live shortly. 15.3 miles. Very similar to the stage that was used last year, but with an additional section at the start that begins, as I said, Cascom Road, making its way out of Banbridge, where the cars have been in for a regroup. An essential part of bringing rallying to the people. And of course, this time on a Friday night in any town, for example, you will have lots of people. So hopefully that has been successful with lots of spectators. I did notice earlier on today that certain parts of the town itself were closed to the public to allow the traffic to flow through. So with a bit of luck, that has been very, very successful for the organisers and members of Armagh Banbridge Council.
Okay, so I think we're getting ready to go.
Yep, we're getting ready to go.
And we're going to head over to the stage right now.
Very good overlay there, Michael, of what you were saying. You can see in the top left-hand corner where the stage starts at the outlet, the boulevard, whatever you want to call it. But this is what we were saying earlier. This stage traverses right down into the very lowest part and right up on high. Mid-stage there is the highest point of the stage, and back over towards Annapolona, and then finishes in Glasgow Village, where they make their way then to the first service hall of the evening in Uri. Great stage.
Fantastic stage. One of the greatest stages. This is one of the best stages in the UK and Ireland. Never mind just this rally. I just think it's relentless. The really good drivers. I think you'll see big gaps appear on this stage,
definitely.
because it will. The really good drivers will just be able to stretch their legs. Now, the top left-hand corner of the graphic, that is all brand new. And then the join in. Now, this is the only piece of common ground from last year's rally or any previous Ulster rally prior to 2007. So really, there's not many people who have got experience of tomorrow's stages. This is really anybody who did the rally last year or the rally in 2019 will be able to use their notes or whatever from then. But this is it. Even the start of the stage is all new. The sun is splitting the skies. It looks fantastic. I hope we weren't too much doom and gloom about and it's, you know, that consistency that you've got with a dry road, Zav, is very, very important. It all looks like it's completely dried out from when you at 3 o'clock this afternoon when you were just leaving to make your way here.
It has dried out, but it's a good example of
lovely evening.
We're under the trees. You can see the spectator just pointing his way there, but where it dips and you have the fields close by, the water does sit, and hopefully it won't affect them too much. But I kind of concur with you, Michael. I think this is a great stage, and of course you can go on and look at the likes of Oisín Price or Marion Evans or Matt Edwards from last year's in-car. And the speed in the in-car is deceptive because it is very, very quick. There are places on this stage where you are flat in top gear for quite a distance.
Yep.
But you were saying earlier that, you know, it's not an event this year that we're going to get worry too much about bogey times because of the tight and twisty nature of other aspects of the stage itself. So, on time at least, we're only seconds away from Josh Moffat starting the stage. Bronte Homeland, second stage of the 2022 Modern Tyres Ulster Rally.
Well, unfortunately, our computer that we're using for the tracking that's connected into the production system has sort of frozen. So I think at some point, if anybody wants to come and maybe have a look at it and refresh it, any of the production people, they could possibly have a look at it. I've got it working fine on here, and we actually have Josh on the start line and Marion just behind him, Johnny Greer, Desi Henry, they're all there. Jason Mitchell's just waiting to go into the arrival control. So that's we're all looking good. A few getting over the 5-bar gates there, some spectators.
I've seen people come to grief doing that.
Yep. We'll say nothing. So, of course, now the later runners are still in the opening stage in Gullion, and I'm just looking a time in for Trevor Wilson of putting him 48th overall, 6:33.0, right in there in that gorgeous Class H2 Porsche. Further down the field, a few times in, Nicholas Alcorn's times in, David Pedley times in, Philip McKibben in his Mark 1 with Tommy Canaan, Richard Somerville and John Nichol, 7:09.1. Steve Benton in his RS 1800 H3 with Ian Kidd co-driving, 7:16.1. I know Steve was out having a run over the stages last night, so making good use of that. Just to round up the top 10 going into this stage, really quite impressive over the opening stage was Desi Henry and Paddy Robinson in their Series 2 Fiesta R5. They're leading the rally by 1.9 seconds from Marion Evans. Marion's good opportunity here to have a really good result. Johnny Greer third, further 2.2 seconds behind. Damien Toner stunned us all, him and Denver Raftery in their Mark II Escort, 5:36.3, fourth overall, 4.03 seconds behind. Josh Moffat up next with Andy Hayes co-driving, the current Tarmac Championship leader, and here to try and win the event this weekend. Simon Reid was another one with a very impressive time. I have to say, Simon's never been to Slieve Gullion before, so he's 5:45.7 in sixth overall. Alan Carmichael, again leading the national part of the British Rally Championship this year, but decided to do the Ulster Rally with Arthur Kieran's co-driving. 5:46.3, 14 seconds off the lead in seventh overall. Jason Mitchell didn't disappoint with Paddy McCutton co-driving, 5:47.0 in eighth overall. Then Niall Devine and Liam McIntyre in their R5, step up to an R5 for this weekend, 5:49.1, 17 seconds off the lead. And very impressive, John Devlin and John McCarthy in their Mark II, 2-litre Mark II, rounding off the top 10 on a 5:56.9. 24 seconds off the lead. And Shane Cullen just in behind. So, as I say, Josh Moffat, Marion Evans, Johnny Greer, Desi Henry, Jason Mitchell, Stuart Biggerstaff, Alan Carmichael, all between the arrival control and the start for stage 2. The longest stage of the rally and probably the toughest stages of the rally. No margin for error in this stage. If you get it wrong, the chances are you'll damage your car. There's no real room in the road. Very much you have to be neat and tidy. I think it will contrast very much to tomorrow's stages. I predict the leading cars to be in the mid 13 and a half minutes, between 13 minutes and 14 minutes in the stage. So the length is 15.3, officially 15.3 miles, give or take a few yards. Very, very technical. One fast bit in the very middle of the stage at about 7.5 miles. The first 4 miles of the stage are pretty much brand new, never been used before. Certainly, I go to the outlet centre sometimes, Sav, and I wonder where that road off to the right goes to. Well, now I know.
Yeah. That road runs up the back of what's called Yellow Hill, because earlier in the year you get all the yellow gorse, so it was known as Yellow Hill.
Yes.
So yeah, a couple of messages coming in there, Michael. Alan Watkins, he of the Rothmans Escort, says it's a great way to spend a Friday evening. It's a pity we didn't see your own car here, Alan. We'd love to hear that, evoking memories on the stages. And Chris Boyd letting us know, evening Chris, nice to hear you're tuning in from the Isle of Man. Philip Groonley showing us 15 minutes late at TC1. So arrival of stage 1, so maybe an issue. And of course our producer said there's a gear
problem with the gears by all accounts, which is where they incurred their lateness into the start of the stage. I have to say, David Turkington is watching. David, I thought you were supposed to be doing the rally. And there's actually a completed little quartet on here. There's a chap watching, George Tinsley. Hiya, George. Phil Cherry is watching. And we mentioned Nigel Scouse earlier on, who has sent a message out saying, do you remember the Nissan stands on the 1983 Manx International Rally? Well, George Tinsley, Phil Cherry and Nigel Scouse, who would ever forget what a weekend what a rally that was, the 1983 Manx International. And we were all very young men misbehaving ourselves or behaving ourselves. Don Graham says, hello to John Comacy and Leitrim and Donegal crew. See you there tomorrow. Yes, fair play to you. John Comacy, stage commander tomorrow and stage commander on virtually every rally. What could we do without them? Commander John, great guy.
83, because 82 was the year Bertie Fisher came around Brandywell full of the rack sideways, the year that he got the puncture.
Yes.
I think it was 82.
Yes.
And 83, was it the first appearance of the Rothmans and Skonas?
It was the Mantis.
The Mantis.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Toivonen and the pit specials and stuff, and you watched from the Villa Marina.
Oh.
So
great event. Great event.
And I was lucky enough, I was there with we went on basically a package holiday because you couldn't hire a car, Sav. And those were the days when Milcreast would have said no car hire.
Yeah.
So actually there was a chap, he's the clerk of the course of the Tyrone Stages Rally. So we do seem to have a bit of an issue with our production tracking computer. I have tracking on my laptop. Anyway.
I have it on here, but I'm not entirely sure it's tickety-boo, but we'll see.
So I was saying this chap, anyway, he was able to arrange that we stayed in one of the famous sort of bed and breakfast type hotels on this sort of along the seafront, and would arrange for car hire, etc., etc. And I got allocated in with these other fellas, Nigel Scouse, whom I knew, who was nephew of Austin Fraser, and another guy, this guy Phil Cherry and George Tinsley, and we became lifelong friends. I ended up co-driving for Phil for quite a long time, and we still go for a beer occasionally. And George went on to, I think he won the Northern Ireland Championship co-driving for Derek McGarty in the early 90s.
I remember that year we were
George, you can keep us updated on Facebook if that's the case.
We went to the go-karting up in Onken, and I always remember that the guy, he had that little switch that he could kill the...
Oh, if you were a naughty boy, you were on a safe mode.
But I always remember he would go, brake now, and he would hit the switch, and you had to queue up to get on the go-karts. I think I went with Paul Cartmel, Jim Ferguson, and Peter Sinton. We hired an Ian Porter, the co-driver Ian Porter.
As in...
Peter Herson.
Absolutely.
Hired a 1 litre mini Metro City, and I remember we went up to the mines. By the time, 5 of us in the Metro, by the time we got up, the Metro was knocking, and when they pulled the dipstick out, we'd boil the oil in the Metro, getting up to the stage. But it was okay, we managed to see all the rally. But yeah, it was some experience. It was just fell in love with the Isle of Man straight away.
Ian Porter's another guy who, you know...
George has replied to you.
What has George said? So
he
George
says, great days, Michael, and we met Roger Clark outside the casino.
I'm surprised you can remember it, George.
And apparently Shea Breen says that Seamus Cassidy is blind in one eye but still watching.
Fair play.
So...
how was it?
So possibly a delay. I mean, we're keeping an eye on live pictures here from the stage, but now that I have got the Sport Tracks app working, I don't see any movement as yet.
So what I did earlier was I refreshed my link, and I think if there's anybody watching the stream, they seem to have generated a new link, everybody. So it's just a case of going back into Sport Tracks and downloading the new Google Earth file, which has got a refreshed link on it, and everything seems to be working well. So hopefully that we'll
like
try and keep everybody right.
Looks like Josh is into the stage.
Okay.
And Abbey Lyons, you're watching, you're asking, when's it coming past Crummie's Bridge? I have a feeling that in the next few minutes you'll see them coming across because the stage is now live. Josh Moffat has started. And as Michael was saying earlier, the likes Desi Henry, Marion Evans, Johnny Greer and that will be shortly on the stage. Looking at our camera position.
Yes, I was going to ask, so where is the camera position, just so that we can give people an idea when we're going to get pictures? Oh, we're not far away at all, not far away. I'd say we're about 3 minutes away from live pictures, everybody. Okay, so we're just getting some really good information through there. That's why we went quiet a wee bit. Everything's so our cameras moved ever so slightly, just because a farmer has asked some spectators to cooperate, and everybody is while he moves up a few cattle about in a field. Of course, you know, the rural and farming community are active, and we need their cooperation. So it's great that the local residents allow us to do this and allow the rally to come and pass through their local territory. And
just a quickie, Gordon Noble's back watching us.
Okay, how you, Gordon?
So Gordon's obviously nipped out maybe to get a takeaway and sit down and watch us. Rory Bourne says, well done boys. Phil Cherry says, great stories from the good old days. And
just an ad there, with regards to the local residents on the stages, they absolutely welcome the rally as long as everybody behaves themselves. This is a really, really big community thing. And everybody loves to have the rally coming through.
And I remember saying last year, here we go.
So here's Josh into view. So we don't actually have a clock up on the screen this time just to see, but we're early enough in the stage it would be very hard to judge. And of course it's top left of what? Do you have a clock? Top left, yep. So Josh goes out of view as the clock goes to 20 seconds. So that's our marker point when he goes out of view at 20 seconds.
Marion Evans on the stage now, as is Johnny Greer. And it won't be long now before we get the rest of the field through.
And of course, that would be, you used to see people like myself standing in the hedgerows with our digital watch. And that was how we sort of calculated a rough idea who was fastest, who was not. But, you know, we're only about 3 miles into the stage here, so it's very, very hard to gauge. But Marion in the view now in the polo. Now, by my reckoning, Marion was 6 seconds up there.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe Josh is just taking it handy.
Yeah, I think he is. I think that's evidence that he's just driving with his head.
I love the fact that Marion's car, in those Castrol colours, it reminds me of the Celicas or the Corollas in the Castrol colours, rattling its way down the stage.
Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, I think that's terrific memories, you know. Just to give you an idea of what we're saying earlier on, at the moment, car number 76, which is Stephen McGurk and Mark O'Connor, are now making their way down the carriageway into Banbridge for that regroup. So that's beginning to show you how the rally does now stretch its head a bit. We have cars start and in the middle of stage 2, while some cars have just finished stage 1 and are making their way now down to the regroup.
So here's Johnny Greer. Johnny, I don't know. I think if Johnny gets a sniff of something here, he could turn the wick up a wee bit. So I think he's 2 seconds faster than Josh, but 4 seconds down on Marion there. Yeah. Now, Desi Henry is the one we want to see, isn't it?
Yeah. Desi Henry set a great time on the opening stage today.
So, by the way, these are just our purely speculative numbers that we're suggesting here.
Yes.
What we're using is the clock on the top left-hand side of the screen, and the furthest point when the cars pass, we're able to give a bit of a guesstimate as to what the stage times are. But my goodness, you know, they're so early into the stage here. They've got so much more to do. You know, it's going to be another 10 minutes yet before we get a stage time for Josh.
There we go.
So here we go. exactly the same time by my reckoning as Marion. We're both roughly on 14 seconds going out of picture. Would you concur?
I would. John Rowan has joined us.
Hello, John. How
Hi,
you
John.
doing?
Nice to see you join us.
John, of course, used to co-drive for Desi Henry quite often. Co-driving now for
David Bogie.
David Bogie in the Scottish Rally Championship.
And has occasionally, I believe, sat in with Craig Breen too.
Well, actually, I'm surprised. I thought he was in. I thought he was in April helping Craig.
He could well be
as a third pair of hands.
He could well be.
We have the WRC guys watching us. That's we're getting there, Sav. We're getting there.
Yep. And Seamus Cassidy says hello, John. So Seamus has obviously realised John has joined.
John's just got engaged to the lovely Megan McCusker. Megan used to work for us in Patterson Pace Notes.
Michael.
Oh, that's Jason.
Jason.
Yeah. And he's actually, again, about a second up on Josh, which I just really, the more I think about it, I think Josh is just playing the percentage game. Now, in saying that, he gets the Tarmac Championship, say, to this evening. And
Tomorrow's
then
a different
tomorrow,
game.
that's it.
Yeah.
It'll be Josh. What way are we pointing?
I have to be honest, that's not such a bad way to approach it, simply because then he wraps it up tonight and tomorrow's a different day.
Absolutely.
And tomorrow being the day it is, he'll want to win it.
And they've a lot invested.
You know.
You've got the corporate side of the company. I mean, they've done a lot of rallies this year. They've been hugely successful. Are those Jersey cows in the background? Somebody's going in there. We'll start a bit of controversy. Somebody's going to tell me what sort of cows they are.
He is watching.
He is watching, and hello, Megan McCusker. He is watching for Ypres. How you, Megan? How you doing? Congratulations on your engagement again.
Just up the road, in Dromara Canal.
19, 20, 20, just probably 22. Couple of seconds down on Josh. Just not quite. Oh, he had a great run on the down rally. He really seemed to be getting to grips with the car. But it's just finding that extra wee second here and there, isn't it? It's beautiful car.
Evokes memories of the Gulf colours. It's lovely.
Yes.
It's just the Gulf Porsches, Le Mans and that, the GT40s. So lovely evening in County Down.
Now the forecast is for this evening for rain overnight. There is no doubt that they're making it quite clear.
Josh is now making his way towards the latter third of the stage, having reached, the highest point of the stage in total, making his way down towards Mays Corners and Monteith and Annaclone before looping back and finishing just outside Glasgow Village. So, as Michael said, it's going to be 4 or 5 minutes at least before we have times coming through.
We have the on-screen tracking up and working again, which is good. So how far into the stage? Yeah, we're now on 17 minutes, and I'd say Josh has another 4 or 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he would have down through there, because that latter part, that if we were to cut back to the tracking, that latter part of that, as you know, is very twisty, very tight and twisty.
Very, very technical.
Very technical, especially towards the last.
Would I be right in saying is
mile.
that where Josh had a bit of a mishap a couple of years ago? So here's Niall in the slightly older R5 Fiesta. So apparently they're not actually using that bit of road.
No, that was I think the first stage of the loop of 3 that they did.
2019, wasn't it?
Yeah, wedged it right between the banks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shin Bridge, for those of you who are wondering or watching from Apes.
Very good.
David Farris says, yes, they are Jersey cows. But my question would be, are those cars very, very far away?
Go on, carry on.
No, do you remember Dougal and Father Ted?
Yes. Don't even go there.
Here we go.
So it's Michael McGarty.
McGarty and the Skoda, yeah. Do you know who would have had a chance to do really well in this event? Callum McCourt.
Yes, that's a good point. Oh, Michael, 4 seconds down on Josh at that point. That's not bad for a young man just learning the game. And it's, Cahan.
Cahan could have sprung a surprise here.
Well, he's got a win coming.
Oh,
he's got a win coming at some point. I mean, at this level, he's won at the lower levels. He's won forestry rallies.
Yeah.
But he's definitely got a win coming up this level. He's a very, very capable guy, and has really taken things. He's taken his own game up a step.
Oh, he has. He has definitely raised it a notch. I mean, he was very impressive on the circuit, and you see him steadily increase his competitiveness. There's the next car interview.
Should be Cal McCarthy, yes, in his Citroen.
Cal had an awful time on the opening stage, 6.5 minutes. To hopefully get a better run here.
Oh, he's definitely a lot closer now there. He's only 6 seconds down on Josh at that point. Our marker is 20 seconds as they turn out, which was Josh's marker. Josh is, we think, taking it reasonably steady. We had provisionally, at this point in the stage, Marion Evans, the fastest. Desi Henry and Marion Evans both on exactly the same time.
Bearing in mind that it was Desi Henry and Marianne Evans set the 2 quickest times on the opening stage. So Josh is probably a mile now before the finish of the stage down towards Glasgow Village, and at which point he will then make his way back to Newry to the Modern Tyres depot in the Carnbean Estate for service.
So there's younger, well, he's not young Niall Devine anymore. That's maybe a bit not correct. Niall's been around for a wee while now. And very competitive, 2 seconds up on Josh there by my reckoning, so this stage could suit him very well. He showed some really good flashes of speed in the Group N cars have. Chris Boyd from the Isle of Man reckons that Desi was catching up towards Johnny Greer, but I think it's like these things, it's a bit like watching a race. Sometimes there's places where they close up on the tracking and then they open up again. Certainly, I have them reasonably well spread out. I'd be actually more inclined to say that Marion Evans is catching Josh Moffat. And over, if Josh is going reasonably easy, you could quite easily see Marion taking maybe 15-20 seconds out of Josh on this stage.
Brendan Hayden watching. Wants a shout out. So John Goddard has joined us. You're saying about Josh's time on the first stage. I mean, Josh doesn't strike me as somebody who would calculatingly drive steady. I'm just wondering, maybe is there an issue with the car?
I don't think so. I think he's just grown up. Josh is too much invested in it to the odds of him not winning the championship are definitely very high. But you can't take a risk in rallying. I know. Yeah, when you get to this far into the championship, you have to play your cards right, and this. I did mean that.
I wasn't going to point that out, but I mean, when you think about it, and you're sitting around the dinner table, Josh, you've only got 3 stages on the Friday night. You got 6 on Saturday, finish Friday night. So first the modified,
second, but the one I was.
That's Simon Reid and John Murphy, who's had a really good time on the opening stage.
So we know Marty Toner is running late in the BMW. We did have Damien Toner through a moment ago in his Mark II.
So I make Josh either just finish the stage or at the finish, with Marion Evans not very far behind, as Michael was saying. And Chris Boyd was keeping us right too in terms of the tracker, but you can see where some of them are sort of getting close on the tracking system. Maybe in
yeah, you just get this depending on the terrain and where it gets slow. They'll look like they're closer together on the tracking.
Yeah, maybe production will shoot in, just give us a look at the tracking system after this car has been through.
But you can see now Marion is into the finish, and Josh and Johnny's not far behind that, and then Desi Henry, we can see there's a pretty equal gap between most of them. That was Colin Byrne and Stephen Quinn away through. Car 16 and car 17, Simon Reid and Colin Byrne, of course, have made the trip to the Ulster Rally this year as a conclusion of their great battle in the 8 Signs Tarmac Championship, the modified part of the championship.
Brendan asking if we're coming to Wexford. Not that I'm aware of at the moment, Brendan, although Wexford is shaping up to be a super event indeed.
Yep.
Really is.
It's their 50th anniversary, and I didn't realise that until a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a really good event.
So I plan to go down and have a wee look at it later on next week. Is that Camillus, Bradley and Crawford Henderson? Always rely on Camillus to get a good result. And only 5 seconds down in Josh Moffat at that point too. Now next up we should have car 19, John Devlin. John in a 2-litre modified Escort. As the previous Mark II Escorts we've all seen, they're all 2.4 Millingtons pretty much. They might not be quite so technical. I think it was at the Ulster Rally last year, Wesley Patterson sent me through a list of what everybody's cars were.
Yeah, he did.
And I couldn't believe it, Sav, just how different they all were, and yet they all get to the end of the stages and there's a couple of seconds separating them, you know. So yes, here's John. I wouldn't say this would be a local stage to John, but it's not a million miles from the home place.
It's only about 4 miles from where he lives.
Yeah.
So he would know it.
Now, I'd say he's a couple of seconds up on Camillus there, which is quite good considering he's given away a few horsepower in that car.
So, Desi Henry's time is through for stage 2. And
so why have we only got Desi's time and not Josh or Marion Evans's time?
Don't know.
13:56.9, so I said between 13.5 minutes and 14 minutes. Well, they're on. That's pushing. That would have been a competitive time to beat the 14-minute barrier. So fair play. That I'm quite impressed with that, Sav.
That's good going. It really is.
You know, that's 15.3 miles of really twisty back roads. That's it. Oh. I don't want that or that. So is this Colin Price? Yes, in his Toyota Starlet rear-wheel drive. Chris Johnson co-driving.
Chris Boyd's telling us that Marion overshot into a field, cost 10 seconds.
Well, so we've got some times in, and it has pretty much starting to shake things up. So Marion was apparently into a field.
Yeah, Chris Boyd says Marion overshot into a field, cost him about 10 seconds.
So that he'll be disappointed with that, because that would have put him into the lead of the rally had he not done that. But he hasn't. He has done it, and he has reportedly had a bit of an overshoot.
That leaves it now that we've Desi Henry leading on a total of 19 minutes, 28.9 seconds. 5.5 seconds further back now is Johnny Greer with Niall Burns. Third, Marion has dropped to third with Jonathan Jackson in the Polo, in the Melvin Evans Motorsport Polo. With Josh Moffat now in fourth, showing him being 37 seconds behind Marion, although I'd say there could be some adjustments on timing.
Now it's interesting on the stage times there, Zav. Desi was fastest on a 13:56.9. Then we have Johnny Greer on a 14 minutes dead, 0.2 seconds, 3.3 seconds down. That's all over 15 miles. So I'm sort of the opinion, I think Johnny maybe isn't giving up here. If Marion did a 14:01.6 and he has had a bit of an excursion in the field, and he's been lucky to get away with it as well, with the sounds of it, he'll be disappointed. So there's the Marty toner seems to have got the BMW going, and there doesn't seem to be as much smoke coming out of it.
That's good.
And he's reasonably competitive there. He was so he was 7 seconds down on Josh Moffat.
So that's the leading cruise through the second stage, the Bronte Homeland stage. And I think you're very right, Michael. Desi Henry sort of showing everybody else the way to go. Johnny Greer shown really well. And as you said, not out of the hunt at all. 5 seconds after 2 stages. Marion Evans, if he did lose 10 seconds, will find himself, he'll be cross. Because
we both know Chris Boyd of old, and he worked with us in Rally News over the years, and Chris has got fingers and lots of pies, so I've no reason not to believe that Marion has. If he has been into a field, he's been very lucky, because you can't afford to do that on these roads. They're too narrow. There's too many hard things to hit, and there's an awful long way still to go on this rally. But you can't let the rally get away from you. I mean, already it's only 5 seconds between Johnny Greer and Desi Henry at the front of the field. It'll be a lot bigger than that by this time tomorrow evening, I expect, just because of the nature of the stages. And there's, if you do have a bit of an overshoot, or it doesn't go quite your way or whatever, then so be it. I am convinced that Josh is playing the percentage game here.
I think you're right. I do think you're right. I mean, he would be, in normal circumstances, in any other event he's done this year. I was saying earlier, I mean, this is his 13th event. He's either finished first or second in the 12 that he's done. To finish fourth, if you want to take the times now, that wouldn't be indicative of his performance through the year. I said I've been impressed with him because he's been driving extremely competitively and putting everybody under pressure without putting a mark on the car.
Well, look,
consistent and seat time makes it makes a big difference.
If you think about it, he will have weighed up exactly his opposition here. He's a very clever young man. You don't run these cars at this speed without being a sharp cookie.
Yeah.
And he has looked at who's ahead of him and
who he needs to stay in touch with or beat.
He will stay in touch. I bet you. One more stage to go this evening. One more run over Gullion. As it stands, he wins the Tarmac Championship. He's 37 seconds behind. If he drops another 5 seconds on the next stage...
Yeah, so what?
So what? One of these Skittles, was my dad used to say, 10 green bottles or whatever, one of the bottles will fall. Whether it's something will happen. I'll be very surprised if something doesn't happen. So he gets a podium, and he's driven with his head. He earns the respect of everybody who says, oh, Josh won't drive with his head. Josh is flat out all the time. Well, I just think he's been there, he's done it, and this is playing into his hands, and he's just doing what he needs to do here.
Yeah. I see that Kenny and Maggie McKinstry have joined us as well. We hope to go live back to the stage very shortly. Of course, the leading crews now are making their way from the end of the Bronte stage to the service halt at Modern Tyres on the Carnbane Estate in Newry. 30 minutes service time before second run over Slieve Gullion, 6.04 miles. And that will be the end of the action for tonight. But action continues to about 11 o'clock, and then we will have 6 stages tomorrow. 3 stages run twice in the sort of Rich Hill, Tandragee area, I believe. Part of the stages of the old Tandragee 100 circuit, I believe.
Certainly, there's the road section after the second stage. You go over the start grid of the Tandragee.
Yeah.
So whether it's actually there's any of the stage on it, I have a chap who races classic motorcycles, and I was telling him when I came back in after doing the recce, and he's like, yeah, the craziest circuit of all. But anyway, we're going to go to service after this because the leading cars are obviously going to cruise down the road. Now, we probably could dip back into the stage if necessary.
Just before we do, I believe Alan Carmichael has stopped towards the end of stage 2.
Oh, what a
seem
shame.
to be moving on the tracker. And
yes, this tracker's gone blue when it should be green.
So the Hyundai may not be progressing any further this evening. We're going to be going to service shortly. The leading crews, as I say, making their way to Modern Tyres, where scrutiny and service was taking place. 30-minute service time before the beginning of the second run over Slieve Gullion at 5 to 9, 6.04 miles.
A couple of extra times in here as well from the long stage Bronte Homeland. Jason Mitchell in on a 14:26.2 puts him into 5th overall. Now remember, we'll have a few interlopers into the top 10 in the sense of the Mark II Escort was in the top 5 prior to this. Now,
Yeah.
I can't quite see that being repeated on this stage. The stage is just too long, and it would
Too
be
much length.
asking too much of the car over that period. And dare I say it, still a hugely impressive time. Damien Toner, 8th fastest on the stage on a 14:47.8, leaves him 6th overall. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Niall Devine had a good time. We reckoned he had a good time. 14:40.1, 7 seconds faster than Damien. Puts him on to basically the coattails of the leading R5 cars, which is not bad for your first or second time out in that car.
No. Alan Carmichael, just for a second,
has it got going?
gone off.
Has
got the car stuck. Crews okay. Crews are fine.
Yeah.
But it's he'll not be getting the car out of where it is at the moment.
Oh dear. Okay.
Malcolm Proudlock's back with us. Evening, Malcolm.
Okay.
And,
so can I ask where you got that information from, Zav?
it is on the feed coming in on one of our feeds.
Okay.
I don't know which feed I'm on
I
and what
think it's
device.
the YouTube. That's the YouTube feed, I think. Yeah.
If people are watching the pictures there, all they can see is the top of 2 laptops, but there's actually 4 laptops, 2 iPads, 2 iPhones that we're using to try and bring you as up-to-date information as possible. Our producer was telling us that we were making our way to service. The first cars are due into service in about 15 to 20 minutes, but more than likely there is a regroup before they go in.
Yep.
Which is a good opportunity to catch up and see how they got on over the opening pair of stages this evening.
Yeah, I'm just saying, apparently Marion said at the end of the stage that about his bit of an overshoot, and he reckons he was lucky to get away with it. Simon Reed's time's in for the stage. I must admit I'm impressed with Simon. He's doing a good job. A 15:06.6 puts him 9th overall on a 20:52.3. Niall Henry, 15:02.0, 10th overall, 21:13.0. Then Michael McGarrity, 15:05, 21:14.6, and thankfully Cal McCarthy actually didn't lose anywhere near as much time in that stage. Sav, 15:17.8, just 10 seconds or 12 seconds behind Michael McGarrity. So I think the first stage was maybe just a confidence thing, never been to Gullion before.
A lot of people, as we saw on the start ramp and heading to the first stage, saying Gullion was one that just to get through. Don't be too brave, no heroics, get through. There were too many parts on the stage would catch you out and would penalise you if you're trying to be too heroic. So people have got through it, as we've seen, and into this 15 mile of the Bronte stage, which is a really, really good stage.
Well, it was always going to claim a scalp, as they might say, and I feel a bit sorry for Alan Carmichael because he's had such a good year. Elsewhere, he's had some really good drives on the British Rally Championship in the national parts, and he's a great competitor and great supporter of the Ulster Rally. Let's hope the car's not too badly damaged, and if they do get it out, they can get it back to service and he can maybe do Super Rally tomorrow.
Give another run tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean,
because he's always game for it.
I mean, it's you see him out, but as you say, he's concentrating on the BRC National. So plenty of cars now in the Bronte stage.
Yes, it's busy on the tracking,
it's busy,
isn't it?
and the rest of the cars at the regroup in Banbridge.
Oh, so I do think that seem to have a few wee timing glitches. Now that happens when you get it's not necessarily a stage interrupted, but when the car goes off, I suspect it'll be resolved pretty quickly. Paddy McCollum, the results officer, is an extremely capable chap, but Camillus, Bradley and Crawford Henderson have finished the stage fine, but they've been given a woeful stage time, which we know they have not been in the stage for 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Whatever's gone wrong there.
Yeah, there's something not right there.
But it's one of those things that I'm pretty sure will solve.
That's
itself.
It's a really good graphic. Now, if our producer could actually just flick across to the tracking system so that people can see where the remainder of the field are making their way down into the regroup and Banbridge. He hasn't refreshed his.
He has. It's just that the green
doesn't come up.
It doesn't. So
you can actually they've all moved there, so you can actually see cars on the special stage 2, the Bronte Homeland stage, and the little black dots going down the yellow line. That's the crews making their way from Newry and Slieve Gullion into the regroup in Banbridge. So that shows you how far they're spread. The little orange bit
our
to the
producer
top left
has been able to get the green working.
The little bit to the top left of our screen is, in my opinion, one of tomorrow's stages.
Yes, it is one of tomorrow's stages. Yes, it is. Yes.
So we're only going to show you a little bit of it tonight. We're not going to show you all of it. But that gives you a very good indication of where the rally moves to for tomorrow's action.
So we believe one of our camera locations is just on the edge of that, by the way. But this is the thing that I'm saying earlier on, Zav, where the terrain, you know, the Bronte Homeland is such a precise stage. You've got to be middle of the road, can't be cutting, can't be going mad. Whereas we're literally just a few miles away, 7, 8, 10 miles maybe directly across. And the whole nature of the stages completely change. So are we getting a few stage times fixed? Not really. Colin Byrne got a proper time of 15:12.1, which is quite a good time. But unfortunately, John Devlin and Colin Price have both got times that aren't necessarily right. But I'm absolutely confident that they'll be fixed within a reasonably quick period of time. No,
so I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in about 10 minutes as the leading, maybe even slightly less than that, as the leading competitors make their way to the service area at Modern Tyres Depot in the Carnbean Estate in Newry. So we're going to take a commercial break. Thanks for being with us for the opening 2 stages. Once the cars have left service, we'll be live at the second run over 6.04 miles of Slieve Gullion.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need. Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company. usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys.
Come on. Come on.
The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch space.
That accident was close, and it could have been you.
Rally is a great sport, but it can be dangerous.
In an accident, anything can happen.
So be alert and always expect the unexpected.
Please stay at the designated and safe spectator areas.
And always follow the instructions of the marshals.
Me and my mates are on a mission. Our mission is your safety, your life. So remember,
only a safe rally is a good rally.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys, the joys, oh, the joys, the joys.
Come on. Come on.
The joys is yours, oh, the joys is yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys is yours, oh, the joys is yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys is yours, oh, the joys is yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time, every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. This is exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time, every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores.
Gosh, how's it been going?
Yeah, it's been grand now. Yeah, I suppose we're just trying to get through these stages today, and it'll be the same tomorrow to try and get the championship. So a top four for us will get us the championship. So that's sort of priority first at the minute.
You're exactly there at the moment, isn't that right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of the guys is not registered, so it'd be fourth in registered points. Yeah, I'm okay at the minute. We're doing what we need to do.
quite difficult to do that, I'm sure.
Oh, it definitely is. It's very hard because even like the guys took nearly 30 seconds off us there in the last stage, so it's very hard to be that like in between. It's either all or nothing. So yeah, it's difficult there, but we're managing okay.
Good. So just one more to go. Get the lights on and nice and steady.
Yeah, and get the lights on and just try and get through this dark one. Yeah, so it'll be fine. Yeah.
Good. Well done so far, and you're in the right position.
Yeah, thank you.
So Josh there, 9 and 4, he's playing the game, trying to get the points, trying to keep reliability in the car. So we're just going to move around, try and get Marion Evans just landed in, not too far down. His father Melvin running the polo. So just with Josh getting the lights on, tires off. No alarm there. Marion in 3rd place. But things need to happen a little bit more. Well, just stepping out and 2 stages done. How's it going?
Not bad. Last stage was really tricky. Grip was changing a lot. We overshot into the field about 3 mile in, I would say. So it's a shame because we'd have probably been just a bit ahead by if it wasn't for that. But still a long way to go, I guess.
You're not too far off the leaders. Is it doable?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's 6 seconds, so I think we'd have lost 10 there, I'd say. So it's doable. There's a long way to go. I mean, it's just trying to get through this one now. It's just always annoying when you throw some time away, but there's a long way to go again.
No damage though?
No, just the gate was open luckily, so we went straight through into the field, spun around and back out, so no damage, but just the grip was really changeable on that stage. Just couldn't get into it at all. When I did it last 3 years ago, it was much nicer, so I don't know if it's just the hot weather lately or something. It's just, I don't know, the tarmac was really polished in places, and then where it looked grippy, it didn't seem to have that much grip after all.
So what do you do now in this night stage? What's the plan of attack really?
Probably similar to the first run over it. Just clean, no mistakes. It'll be tricky enough, top of the mountain. If it's fully dark, there's not much for the lights to bounce off. So just try and get through it and see what tomorrow holds.
Good. Well, best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good. So Marion, they're a bit of an off on the last stage into the field. Happy to get away with it, but a bit annoyed about the time loss. So now Desi Henry's driven in the rally leader, so we're just going to move on round. So try not to trip over trolley jacks and things. Jonathan, just a quick word with Jonathan Jackson, the co-driver. Jonathan, how'd you find reading the pace notes in those stages? A lot of notes?
A lot of notes, yeah. There's an awful lot of reading, especially in the first one there. It's a pretty challenging stage, but yeah, good to get through it, get the opening 2 out of the way at least, and get this one night one out of the way. That's a new challenge in itself. So.
Well, this is a big challenge for you really, isn't it? And in the dark and the notes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is, yeah. It's the first night stage I think we've done all year, so yeah, no, looking forward to it. It's nice to have a different challenge, especially, to end the year, and yeah, looking forward.
So you get the map light on and just really get a good firm grip of the notes, away you go.
Map light on, yeah, just as normal, head down and get out through the other end. So.
And what about when you went into the field? Did you know we were going into the field in that last one?
Before I knew what was happening, we were turning around in the field and back out. So it is what it was. The surface was very kind of polished, very dirty, quite unexpected. There's nothing really you could see on the road. So
at least you didn't have to hop out and open the gate.
Thankfully, yeah, it was open and hooked up for us. So that was handy.
Well, enjoy the night stage, yeah, and we'll see you later on.
Good man, thank you.
Thanks. Jonathan, big challenge for the co-drivers tonight. Not often they get into the night stage. Spotlights on, everything looks different, distances are different in the dark. We're just going to try and get Johnny Greer here. Johnny's getting a bit of a team briefing here, so he is. Johnny had a good start to the rally.
Yeah, it's been okay so far. Didn't really enjoy stage 1 too much, but time was okay, so we got away with that. And then the second stage, we had a good enough run through, but the surface was very changeable. Even though the road was dry, it was still very low grip, so caught out a few braking zones and things like that, but everything else went well, so we're happy to be here anyway.
Marion had a wee trip into the field, he was saying. Did you see his marks on the stage?
Yeah, that's just a perfect example. I mean, the road had plenty of grip on it, but when you come around a fast corner before a junction and there was just no grip on the road, and it was just, the whole stage was like that. You were going from high grip to low grip, and it's very hard to read the conditions. The road looks the same, but one bit has no grip, one bit has lots of grip, so sort of few wee moments in the braking, and then next time we're too hesitant in other places, but everything went well, so happy enough.
There's really not much in it, and then now we're getting into the night stage at Gullion. I mean, that'll be very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what we might sort of get away with it. It mightn't just be fully dark, but we'll be in that kind of horrible dusk dark where the light pod doesn't really work because it's not dark enough, but you still can't see. So that could be tricky, but it just all depends on the timing. You know, it just depends. You know, within 10-15 minutes, the stage should go from being light to full dark with the light pod on. So it just depends. Just have to play it by ear and hope we're lucky.
I suppose it's only about 6 miles, and then there's a long way to go tomorrow.
Yeah, it's 6 miles, but it's very, very tricky. 6 miles, you know, especially in the dark, it'll be even worse. A lot of blind crests. There's no features, there's no hedges to guide you where you are on the road. So I wouldn't be looking forward to it if it was going to be fully dark, but hopefully we'll just sneak through and get away with it before the dark probably comes down, you know.
Lovely, and no problems with the car?
No, everything working well. Car's working 100%, so just give it a check over here then and see how we get on.
Lovely, thank you. Well, Johnny having a great run. Of course, the Davy Greer Motorsport prepared C3, no problems. Looking forward to Gullion. So we're going to try and find the rally leader now. Here he is, Desi Henry up here. So they're all pretty handy together, which is good. Great service area. It's one of the best in the country, really. Lovely flat area. So here we go, car 5. Just get a chat with Paddy. Paddy, how's things going?
Not too bad, Andrew. We've 2 down now, so we're happy to be in front.
Good start.
Good start, surely. We came off the second one there. We just thought we weren't perfect on it, you know, but we were a bit surprised to find that we were fastest.
We saw you in the second stage. It looked to be nice, braking quite late and quite aggressive on it in places, and where we were, it looked to be trying hard.
We were trying hard, you know. We got into a nice rhythm at the start, and then I suppose it stays that long, you kind of lose your way a wee small bit, you know. And come the end of the stage, we kind of felt we could have done a bit better.
You have a busy day today. There's a lot of pace notes in this rally.
Yeah, that last stage there was 15 miles long, and I have 24 pages of notes. So there are a lot of calls. You don't stop talking from the start of the stage to the end of the stage.
And now's the fun bit, because you've almost got a hold of the steering wheel now. It's in the dark, and everything you say, it's so important now.
No pressure, Andrea. You know, a night stage is class, and it's very challenging. But Gullion, like, you know, you'd nearly rather be going back to that big stage than going into Gullion. But it is what it is.
But you enjoying it?
Oh, absolutely, it's class. You know, you couldn't beat it.
We'll go and try and find Desi here and see where he's. Yeah, have a quick chat. So we'll try and get the driver as well, Paddy in the co-driver's seat. Adrian Monaghan, he's checking the tyres on Michelin. So, here he is. Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll just hop in the middle of this. But Martin, thank you, Martin Walsh, for chatting here. We'll just hop in,
yeah.
Obviously the other guys are saying the cars twitching from bank to bank. Is similar for you?
Yeah, down into the first junction there was the actual cars were wider than the road. So what happened was the cars were actually pulling from side to side, and it was it's not a very nice feeling now in the cars, and it wasn't a great feeling under the first corner of the rally. But after that it sort of cleaned up a bit. But it is obviously a tricky stage. Everybody knows historically it's a tricky stage and narrow and lots of bumps and jumps. But we'll get around anyway.
You think it'll be a bit cleaner this time round then?
I would imagine the more cars run over it, I would say it would clean. The second stage was actually probably cleaner than I thought, although it was slippy, but there wasn't as much damp or wet as we thought there would have been, considering there were some heavy shares earlier on. So. No, it was definitely a challenging stage. You know, you had 23, 24k of real committed stage, and it was just corner after corner. Very little straights to rest yourself again, but no, thankfully the times were thereabouts.
You must be happy to be in this position.
Yeah, we probably didn't think we would be, you know, on the pace as quick. Obviously understand that Josh is maybe not pushing as hard as he can, so I know there's always another few boys there to challenge, so Johnny and Moran's going very well there as well. So no, we'll just need to keep the toe down and see what happens.
And what is the plan for the next stage? What's in your head for it?
Oh, we just need to keep pushing. I'll be just maximum attack as hard as we can for as long as we can, and we'll see if that takes us long enough.
Brilliant. Thanks, Dizzy. Thank you, Martin Walsh, in the middle of your own interview. Martin, one of the top journalists in Ireland here. So just going to move along. We'll try and get Jason Mitchell as well. So now Niall Henry here, car 9. Niall, how's things going?
Middling. So it is.
Wee bit of work going on?
A bit of a stinking morning or evening for me. I got a puncture on the first stage. Don't know what I done. I just deflated over the duration of the stage, so lost about halfway through. I had to just finish the stage, so I got reset, and into the next one, and I done a test yesterday in the wet, and I soft the car far too much. So I was really struggled. I couldn't lean in the car, and she was uncomfortable there. So we're going to tweak her here, and hopefully I can go on the Gullion and feel a bit more happy with it. So I'm happy that the car's generally good. I like the car. I need to get her stuffed a wee bit to suit the conditions we're currently in.
But maybe on a positive note, you've maybe got the wet setting sorted for tomorrow, the forecast tomorrow.
To be honest, we sort of had a vision of the setup that we're on for tomorrow. That was the aim, but thinking it was going to come this evening too. So look, I'm happy. I have a lot to do there obviously, but it's clear to see. But no issues with the car, and all's good, so we'll just keep tweaking and see if we can get to a happy place.
Good. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Good. Okay, now there are a few wee minor issues, but he's going to get himself sorted out, so just going to find if Jason's about. Alright. Is Jason about, is he? Yeah. There he is, yeah. For Martin again, yeah.
You lose time?
Yeah.
You lose time in it?
We're just going to go in and see what Jason's saying here.
I think I'm resting my foot and brake pedal a wee bit, and I cooked the brakes, and I was having really good run at it, but the last sort of quarter of it, I would say, was just pedals going to the floor, and I just had no confidence to keep the speed up, so I reckon I lost a bit of time at the end of it, but still really happy, brilliant stage. So.
Jason having fun?
Oh, aye, having fun, surely, no. If you didn't like that Bronte stage, there'd be something wrong with you, but no, it's good now. Just this Gullion stage now is definitely, that's nothing to be messed with. That now, that definitely scared me at the start. Now we planned to go out and try and get off a bit quicker than, because we have been sort of getting good enough times, near the end of rallies there, and I said to myself I need to go out now and try and get away a bit earlier, but High Gullion put manners on me in the third corner, and I says, no, look, it's not worth it, because we'll only lose the miles.
What happened in that third corner?
It's underneath the trees here with all them
needles, pine needles.
Yeah, like them pine needles, and I thought maybe the left-hand drive was affecting me a wee bit, because the car was just all over the place, and but there isn't actually enough road to keep the wheels on. So it wasn't an effect that I was off it wasn't an effect that I was off one side of the door. It was just there was no road on either side. So I was just very, 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 very difficult. You have to be really, really careful with the throttle. Should step out very quick now, but we'll try and get through it tonight and start tomorrow again.
It's a little nerve-wracking, this night stage, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, look, if your notes are good, it doesn't matter really. It's just the same for us all. And I would say, if anything, we'll depend on how quick it falls here. The guys are the bigger disadvantage behind us. So, yeah, look, hopefully we get up there and get a wee bit of light and get through it, but we'll not panic in here at this stage. I don't think it's worth losing the rally over it. So,
long way to go.
Long way to go, boys. Thanks very much.
Good man, thank you. Okay. Just going to dander up. We'll talk to Stuart Bickerstaff here, car number 7, not having a bad run there today. So, again, everybody's a little bit nervous of this next stage, but at the same time, yeah. Okay, just doing a wee bit of work here. So, trying to find. Stuart might be in the truck here, just bear with me a second, just trying to locate the driver. Where's Stuart? Is he in the truck? Yeah, I'm just going to get Stuart out of the truck. I can't interrupt this cup of tea. You get 2 seconds, have you? Yeah. Tennis, you go on. Just going over the pace notes there. So, well, we'll bring you around here, Stuart. You get the nice car in the background, so yeah. Here we go. Well, 2 stages going down, and how are you getting on?
I think we're 7th. Gullion, I didn't like it. Probably in the back of my mind, Dad had a bad accident in the mini years ago, so that put me off a wee bit. But no, that last stage felt like it's a fantastic stage, and it felt good. And then you get off and you see you're a minute slower than the fastest boy over it, so it knocks you a wee bit. But no, I enjoyed it.
And the car running well?
Car's going great. Feels doing everything I wanted to do, so I just need to drive it a wee bit harder, I think.
You're still getting used to it, when it's in good trim, really, aren't you?
I probably only had 1 or 2 events where it's been spot on. Sure, one of them I put her on her roof, so that didn't help. But no, it's getting used to carrying speed. That's the biggest thing on them. But sure, when you see some of the times like Damien Toner's doing, and it's just crazy. But sure.
And what's the plan? We're getting the lights on behind us here for Gullion in the dark.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Well, I'll see. Hopefully it'll a bit more comfortable this time. Now we've got a stage over, so we'll just have to go and attack it like everybody else.
Well done, you're enjoying it, and that's all
Thank you.
good. Stuart having a good run. We're going to try and find Damien Toner, a couple of the modifieds. So, in fact, here he is. A bit of work going on here. Trying to locate Damien. Here he is. Here he is. I'm just going to try not to trip over everything here. Damien, could we grab a quick word? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was chatting to you on the start ramp, and I remembered years ago in Gullion, you were a bit of a hero years ago in the Mark II in Gullion, and what a fantastic time, 4th fastest on the first stage. How did that go?
It went well. I wanted to put a bit of a push on to get a wee bit of a jump, but worked out well. Funny, my tyres went off towards the end, but I was thinking of going harder, but I'm afraid maybe they mightn't walk quick enough to start, so I'm just going to go with what I had and just watch it then. But I'm happy, good run.
You must love that stage.
I do like it. It's just yeah, you get a good rhythm in it. You know, you can get a good time there. So no, I had a good run, a good jump. I lost a bit of time. My paddles messing about, but
your paddle gear shift, is it?
Yeah. So maybe get a short here now. Hopefully, so you can now run over Gullion.
It'll be fun. Have you ever done it in the dark?
Never run in the dark, no. But it mightn't be dark, will it? They're going to hold it in the dark, are they?
Maybe the first runners are saying maybe get through in a bit dusky conditions, you know. But
I wouldn't mind running in the dark to see, but whatever it is.
You have a smile on your face. You're enjoying it.
Oh yeah, good crack. Yeah.
Brilliant, Damien. Thank you very much. We're just going to sign off for a wee bit from service at the moment, so we'll go back to the studio. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. So back to the studio, and thank you.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys of yours are the joys of yours.
Come on.
The joys of yours are the joys of yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time, every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
You're back with us, and then with Simon Reid here, having the very important battle for the Irish Tarmac Modified Championship. First experience of the stages, Simon, and how are you getting on?
Not too bad. I felt that we drove this first stage very poorly, but the time was good, and just it's different roads up here. Like they're very uneven, they're rough, and there's not much room for error. Like so. But look, we're getting around and the time's not too bad.
The last stage is a long one and it's got a bit of everything. There's a bit of high speed in it as well.
Oh yeah, there is, and there's a very tight section in the middle as well, like so narrow. But look, it was a good stage. It was probably the longest stage I've done now. But it was an experience.
The Gullion stage is quite revered here and it's quite feared by some drivers. So to have a good run the first one over is very, very good.
Yeah, I was very surprised. There's no grip whatsoever in there. Like it was very hard to judge the pace. Like I just drove safely, I felt, and didn't have any moments in there at all, and got to the end.
What's the plan for this next one?
The same again. Just take it handy. I won't say handy, but just drive 9/10 and get around.
And what about the car? Everything okay? They're doing quite a bit of checking behind us.
Oh, 100%. They're just doing the normal checks. That's all. No issues with the car whatsoever. Put the lamp pad on now and go in the dark.
Good. Well, you look a little happier than you did in the ramp. You've got a couple of stages done, and best luck in the next one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, so Simon. And this is the man he's having a race with, and try and find Colin here. Let's see where he is. Just bear with me a second. Let's see. Alright, here we go on. Trying to find the driver. Where is he? Where's the... Oh, he's in the truck. The two vehicles here servicing, so yeah. Colin. Alright. Sorry, Martin. Alright. In quite a wee second, Colin, yeah. Just disturbing your well-earned cup of tea here, yeah. Yeah. So just come over into here. Well, how's your first two runs going?
First stage was pretty tough. We had very little grip in there, so then we started the car out a bit. We just started getting into the groove on stage 2, but I know we're still not 100%, unfortunately, and we're giving away too much time to the lads. So 5 or 6 seconds there now in the last one again. Do you know what I mean? So I suppose we really have to finish this day. That's our first huge task. You know what I mean? So to get points for the championship, so we can't really throw it away. But look, anything can happen. We learned that in Cork, so we just.
Tomorrow, in reality, you have to get ahead of Simon. Is that correct?
We do, yeah. And sure, look, tomorrow's another, as I say, another day. Look, it's very hard now to dial it back in again on this stage in the dark. You know what I mean? To think that we're actually going the right direction because of the nature of the stage. So look, we'll see. Tomorrow is a big day, and look, we had plenty of time in Cork and we just threw it away, so anything can happen tomorrow. You know what I mean? Rallying is a cool sport time, so look, we'll see.
And no problems with the car?
No problems with the car, there's just a problem with the driver, really. We just need to push on now.
Maybe an extra sugar in the tea or something?
Yeah, a bit of dextrose, yeah, bring it on. Yeah, no,
we'll look forward to tomorrow. That's what we want to do. We'll finish today. That's the best thing, and go from there.
Brilliant. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you.
Thank you. So big race on there. So a long way to go tomorrow. We've only 3 stages today, of 6 tomorrow. Very, very technical and tight. We're going to see Camillus Bradley here. Just looks like he's doing a bit of work. Prepares his own car, obviously. So selecting the tyres. Just selecting your tyres, Camillus?
Yeah. We just.
What are you going to go on?
We changed. Just a wee bit softer. We went on sort of the hardest choice there, and I'm still plenty hard. So I'll go we fraction just a softer grade all around now. Soft, like a wee bit softer at the front, softer at the rear.
But when it gets darker, the temperature drops, and you need a bit softer.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm sort of thinking. There, it won't be. It's cooler than me earlier. Although the road stage will probably be drier than it was the last time, but there was wee bits of it, no damp, bits of it damp, I suppose, the start of it and that. But hopefully, it's only 6 miles, so the softer thing still should be dead on. I'm thinking this time of night.
And had you a clean run the first 2?
Good enough. With a couple of wee moments, but probably the start of the first stage, very slippy with a couple of wee moments in it, which probably put manners on us through the rest of the stage. But other than that, no, nothing big. The sun was a big killer in the last stage first. I don't know, pair of sunglasses.
Sunglasses, yeah, good. Well, I'll leave you to it because the boys are going to. Oh, you're having to do a bit of prep as well.
Only a wee bit now myself, aye.
Good. Okay, that's it. So, all right, here you go. I'm just going to go, just walking around Michael McGarty here in the R5. So, Skoda wouldn't be usually in this car. We'll talk to Derek McGarty here. So, just going to rudely interrupt your conversation. Sorry, Derek, you're doing team manager today.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep Michael right if we can.
Yeah, I haven't seen him out in the Skoda before. Is that right? Or?
Yeah, no, that's the car that was just bought in there, so we'll just give him a wee run to see what he thinks of it.
He seems to be going well.
Yeah, it's going all right. He fell asleep a wee bit on the first stage, but the second stage he had a good time there, and hopefully now into the dark he'll go a wee bit harder again.
Now you've done the Morn Rally many times, way back, 205 Peugeot rear-wheel drives, things like that. You won it in the past. Gullion in the dark, quite interesting.
Yeah, fantastic stage. I love that stage because we were talking there many years ago, and myself and Kenny McKenzie was racing, and we did it in under 6 minutes, and this was an unbelievable time. And just noticing there, those guys all doing it in 4:30 and something, or 5:30. It's just ridiculous, the difference in speed.
But a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, but it's a fantastic stage, but you wouldn't want to make a mistake in it.
And what about yourself? When are you going to be out again?
Hopefully next Sunday is a wee gravel rally up in Dava Forest. Hope to do it, and then maybe the week after go and do Lakeland stages in the Bushwhacker. So do a wee bit of gravel for a wee bit of fun.
Good. Well, good to see you. Yeah, thank you. So looking for Michael. Where is he? Yeah, he's hiding. So Michael, your first run in the Skoda.
Great car.
Yeah.
Just need a great driver. That's the problem.
Well, you didn't do too bad picking stage 2.
No, we're getting on to stage 2. I really enjoyed that stage 2. The first stage there, we got a wee bit afraid over the start of it. It was over like the bit they don't really use, and it was all just greasy at the time, So came over it and she got loose at the back and just started dancing. So it was saw on the wheel to get it straight, and that put a wee bit of the fear. And then went on that stage. That's a very good stage. Be nice if it ran again, but understandable it can't. But it's good.
Long way to go tomorrow.
Long way to go tomorrow. It's a finishers rally, this one, so it is. So just keep a steady head and see what we can do. Just build it gradually. There's no point going flat out in one stage and that's it.
And are you getting any good advice from the old boy?
If I could drive to the old boy's advice, I'd be going all right. That's if I could, hey, someday.
Well, enjoy it, Michael. You're going well, so enjoy it. Yeah, good. All right. The guys heading out. Marion Evans heading out towards stage 3. We're just going to keep a dander around. Just trying to find who else is in service. Starting to drop the light already, so you can really see you can need for the lights. And here we're coming in Neil Williams. He would be one of the top historic guys. He's driving in just beside us here. He's going to pull into this pit. We're going to follow him in this way. So, and Neil is very much the leader of the Ace Signs Irish Tarmac Historic Championship. So, very important weekend for Neil. Neil, how you going? Good to talk to you. And well, the first one you had a few tricky moments, had you?
Yeah, well, the first one, never done it before, and everybody's saying how green and slippery it was, but I just thought it was a horrendous time I had in there, but it turned out to be alright in the end. But just couldn't get any confidence at all. The car was heavy with fuel, tyres were cold, brakes were cold, but we got through it anyway, so.
It's a pretty important weekend for you with the Irish Tarmac Championship. You've got to get points and finish and whatnot.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. I'm trying to be sensible and not look at what's going on ahead or behind, really. Just trying to do my own thing and to see if it's good enough, really.
What I believe Luke McCarthy didn't start, so what do you have to do?
Well, I think we were only 3 ahead of Luke before this weekend. Obviously Luke isn't here now, which is a shame, but I think we're about 13 or 14 up on Duncan Williams at the moment. I think either of us could afford maybe to have a maximum on one day or a second on the other day, maybe. But I'm hoping to try and just do the best we can and see how it works out.
There's a lot of pace notes in these stages, very technical, and I know historics, you've no power steering, so you're plenty of work for you.
Oh, it's hard work. I'm 51. I'm not 25 anymore. It's tough work. It's tough work. But yeah, very technical stages. Never been here before. Glad to get through those 2 first ones anyway, and we'll see what Gillian says to us in the dark now. The third one.
And is it the CBs on for the dark? Or?
Yeah, we got the classic lights on, some PIAs and CBs, and see. I haven't done any night events for 25 years, so we'll see what happens now. Just use my head.
A long way to go tomorrow.
There is another rally again tomorrow, isn't there? Yeah, full day again.
Good to chat to you, Neil, and best luck. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And Mark, is this your youngest fan?
Yeah, youngest fan.
And how's things been going tonight?
Good. I think we're still second in the championship in the class. So, just the first stage didn't really like, took back a bit of time in the second one. So, going okay.
In the class?
I don't know. I didn't look. I think maybe 5th or something. So, not too bad. The tricky stages. Hopefully tomorrow now will bring better, but. This next stage now, the light or the dark won't really suit me, Never done a nice stage before, but sure, look, what can you do?
Something different.
Yeah, for sure, look. It's an experience as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Good, we'll enjoy it and good to see you. Yeah. Okay. We're moving on down here, see who else we can talk to. Lights dropping a bit. Very interesting event. A long way to go. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to go back to the studio for a wee bit to find a few more vehicles, and so we'll see you in a few minutes.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. a dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
Well, John, good to see you in service, and how's the first two gone?
Yeah, going very well now. Tricky enough the first stage, just probably first stage. Got the nerves probably trying to get the car going, you know, but we're all right, happy enough, and a good run to the big stage. Tyres started to go off a bit towards the end, the back, but all in all with a good run through it now.
What do you think of this night stage?
Be something different looking forward to that as well. Sure, all adds to it, doesn't it?
And what have you done to the car for the night stage? Have you softened tyres or anything? Or?
No, I was going to put softer tyres on, but I think I'll just stick those on because they're well bedded in and short enough stage. I'll just try and get through to the finish and take it off tomorrow again.
And what about the class, the two-litre class after two stages? What way are you in that?
Don't know exactly. I think they're probably leading it. I think I haven't really looked at the times. Honestly, I haven't had time. I went to the toilet there. That's about it.
Go a bit quicker now, maybe?
Yeah, go a bit quicker, a bit later.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy it, John. Good to see you.
Andrew. Thank you. Thank you.
John, great run on the Bronte stage. And we're going to talk to Shane Cullen here. He's just driven into service. Well, how are you getting on? You all right? Yeah?
Oh, very good. Thanks very much. Hey.
What way's the first two gone?
First one went well over Big Gullion. It's 8 or 9 years from I've been over it, but definitely enjoyed it. The stage hasn't changed much, a wee bit slippy, but we've just moved up to class 14 and there's very enough experience over the Gullion.
It's 2.5 then?
2.5, Gallagher 2.5.
How many sort of horsepower is that?
This lady's pushing out on the dyno 333 and 246 foot-pounds of torque, which would be pretty normal for that class. Like, bar you're into the Millingtons and the new YBs, like, but this is a Clubman motorsport here at the best.
I think as long as you don't look at Damien Toner's time for the first stage, you're okay.
I think the man's doing a different rally.
He's always been very fast up there though in Gullion.
A very natural driver, and he's at home here in Newry-on-Mourne. He's done these here from, he was 18 or 19, you know, in Pinto years and through the YB into the 2.5, and look, Damien's just very quick. Naturally good driver, like.
So going from the 2 litre to 2.5, you changing gear a lot earlier, having to drive a car, different driving style?
This is my first event in the dry with this engine, and it's not much different than the 2 litre. It just has a bit more kick out of the corners, just getting to grips with it. I thought I had a really good stage over the Bronte there, but I was 15 down on the boys, so, and I'm nearly 40 down on Damien. But I'm happy enough with that. But look, we're holding our own, and if the event keeps going the way it's going, we'll be happy with that. Like.
And what about this next stage at the dark?
I've never done the Gullion on the dark. I've done the Gullion many times through with Newry Motor Club, through Gullion, Big Gullion, and Newry and Mourne stages. So I don't mind the Gullion as a stage. What it's going to be like in the dark, I don't really know. But sure, we'll give it a go and see, like, you know.
Well, best of luck and enjoy it.
Thanks very much, man.
Cheers,
All right,
yeah. Alright. Okay, Shane Cullen moved up the engine there, complete different thing to do. So we'll try and see Declan McNaughton back out. Declan, very rapid pilot in his time. Hasn't been out in a while, so probably just getting back into it. But always a man to watch. Top, yeah, there he is. So. Declan, how you doing?
Not so bad, yourself?
Haven't seen you out in a while, Declan.
I know, it's been a long time now, said Oz, but no, it's been, I'm really happy. I refuse to look at the times, I just sort of, but I know that there's acres of room left, but I'm just determined not to get sucked in, you know. I'm just trying to behave, being my best behaviour, you know, so.
It's not easy when you take time out to actually come back in, is it?
No, it's definitely not. And nerves was desperate on the way out to that first stage, and but no, it's, to compute the notes at them kind of speeds, you know what I mean. You want to be sort of, you want to know what you're doing, you know what I mean. It's not safe to go too fast just yet, you know.
I don't think people realise, it's so different than ordinary road driving, and don't realise when you're out of the car a long time, just a bit of a shock actually, isn't it?
Oh, desperate. It just feels. That's whenever your car feels really fast, you know you're not fully on top of it yet. You know, I mean, whenever you're on top of it, your car you'd wish it would go on a wee bit faster, you know. But at the minute, it's feeling really sharp, you know. So.
But you have a long way to go. Tomorrow's a big day.
Yeah, well, that's the plan. Is just keep chipping away and just making slight, you know, a slight improvement at every stage. You know, I mean, hopefully by the end of the morning, I'm halfway there to being back on to some sort of pace, you know. So.
And it's just routine work going on behind us here, yeah?
Aye, just the usual things. I haven't worked it too hard there, so that's it. It's been a full rebuild there. It's been late nights this past 2 weeks there, so glad to be back, you know.
Well, enjoy the next one.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Good to see you, Declan. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, guys, just going to throw it back to the studio now, and we'll see you maybe in a while.
On his way to third stage of the day, the final run over Sleep Gullion. I can see Marion Evans and Johnny Greer also making their way out. Some great stuff from Andrew there, but I think
really
I have
good,
to,
Andrew, yeah, fair play.
Take my hat off. I never thought I would see Josh Moffat say that I'm playing the percentage game here.
Yep, we sort of figured it out, didn't we? I think it's really interesting. I'm not surprised you are. You thought he would just go for it, whereas I just think they've invested too much in the championship this year. It's been a long... You know, we're only 2/3 of the way through the year, and it is a strange season in the sense that the events are mixed up a little bit with the dates. And if you take into account Cork 20 running in July, which sort of forced their hand a little bit because we anticipated the World Rally Championship coming this weekend. So Cork decided, look, if it comes, it's a bit early yet to tell. They had to make a commitment last year. So with the championship concluding now, it is traditionally early. So these guys have been going at it hammer and tongs, a full championship since Galway Rally in February. We were lucky enough to cover a couple of them. We've been in the hot seat here at West Cork and Circuit of Ireland, and now we're concluding with this year's Ulster Rally. And we forget that last year's Ulster Rally was in November.
That's right.
So it's been a pretty intense period to get to here. We know that Josh has had a very substantial programme this year with the national championship, the odd gravel rally as well. So for me, the moment I saw his sort of attitude on the first stage, I thought, this is Josh. Actually, there's been too much invested in this year. This is him playing the percentage game today. Fingers crossed for him. He's been absolutely sublime all season. Yes, he's had some fabulous races with Callum and Alistair, Marion as well, and a few others. Desi really was very unlucky earlier in the year. But if we see a conclusion to the Tarmac Championship this evening, I suspect we'll see Josh maybe tighten the seatbelts a bit tomorrow.
Very, very possible. But I think we could end up seeing Josh having done 14 events by the end of this month, which when you think we're only 8 months into the year, that's quite phenomenal. But on top of that, he has driven extremely well all year. We were talking off camera earlier about some of the footage that we've seen of him. Something he dialed into in the very early part of the year gave him that layer of confidence to take his own driving to another level. And sometimes he has been head and shoulders above some of the other competitors. But the other competitors have pushed him.
Yes, that's very true. Yes.
They've pushed him to reach that level. So it'll be interesting to see tonight. Tomorrow, as you say, I think you'll find him tightening the belts, turning up the wick. Sundown is about 5 or 6 minutes away officially.
Well, I think we have got a really... Apparently Bushy's got the orange buzz in the service area. No? We're going to go there in a couple of minutes, apparently. One of the things I was going to say was I think that Josh, and you, without being too controversial, Josh felt a little bit aggrieved on the Circuit of Ireland. I think he felt that it caught him unawares, the change in the status of the event when they dropped the bogey times.
Okay.
And Alistair got the jump on him over those final couple of stages. So when they lifted the bogey times, he had been leading the rally. Now, admittedly, Desi Henry was legitimately leading the rally and he had a mechanical failure. Yeah. Josh was leading the rally and then the goalposts were moved, in his opinion. And he felt that really had he had a better understanding of it or whatever, he would have treated it slightly differently. So this is why I think there's a determination here to bring the thing home this evening.
Well, I think fair enough. I can understand him being a little bit aggrieved, but look, when we all know the rules, and some of it at the time people didn't agree with it, but rules are the rules.
Yep.
So but in terms of his driving ability, superb.
His car control is fantastic.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Some of the coverage you've seen from some of the events that he's done, and as I said, this is his 13th event. He has finished first or second in every event he's done this year.
Yeah.
That is a remarkable high level of consistency, especially when you consider the talent that we have in rally drivers on this island.
Yes, and the races that he's had. It's also an extremely high marks for the whole team around him. It's not just Josh. There's a co-driver. There's the team. There's all the people around. They're performing on the podium on every single event, and that consistency is the key to their success. It hasn't come by accident, has it?
No, it hasn't. Just keeping up, as you can see, with some of the notes and messages that we have coming through. A couple of people still keeping in touch. Chris Boyd, Kevin O'Shaughnessy, Janet Connor says, great to see it live on YouTube and also on my street, Imdale Cross. Great weather for a rally. And Kevin O'Driscoll thanking Andrew Bush for some sterling work in the service area. Now, we will be going back to Andrew. The cars are due back in off Slieve Gullion and back into service in Newry at around about 9:30. And Andrew will be there to catch the crews as they make their way in from the final stage of the day. Just to let you know, if you're going to join us tomorrow, we are live on air at approximately 9:25. We'll catch up with crews at the first service of the day. Then there are 3 stages in a row, 4, 5 and 6. Back into Newry about 12:30. and then the final 3 stages of the afternoon before we finish in Urain are about 4:45. So our camera crew's aiming to bring you some great coverage tomorrow. So 6.04 miles between Josh Moffat.
It's looking good.
Yeah, so
it's looking good. You wouldn't. He really. I was very impressed with his attitude in the service area. I think he was very honest with Andrew in the service area. He's not being dramatic about it. He's being very straightforward. He explains. We both know that it's not easy to drive a rally car anything other than pretty much flat out. You need to be very, very much on your game. So it takes as much mental strength to keep the car at that cautionary side of attack, where you're just keeping. Sometimes it's easier to go a little bit faster than it is to go a little bit slower. It sounds a bit counterproductive, but it's always been the way.
There's so many drivers have said that, you know, when they're even WRC level, ERC level, British National level, BTRDA. We've seen over time where you know, people have interviewed. So 1 stage to go, you know, you need to finish in the top 6. You know,
I'm really
it's
struggling.
so hard.
Yeah.
So you know, kudos to, as you say, to him and the team. A lot of work and a lot of planning and preparation has gone in. So.
Well, it is. Now, I have to say, I sort of had my eye on Desi Henry to be the pace setter on the rally. And that's as much on past form as anything else. And Desi gave a great interview, again, very honest, very, very straightforward. Andrew gets the best out of these people, so fair play to Andrew. Desi explaining to us he's flat out. It's the only way he's going to win this rally is to go absolutely flat out and see how it turns out. Marion Evans has openly admitted he was very, very lucky on that last stage. Just misjudged a corner and the gate was open. How lucky was that? Into the field, spun it around. Co-driver didn't even realise it was happening until they were out, but getting the car turned around. And Johnny Greer really didn't like his first run over Gullion. Now, we're into territory none of them have ever done before, going into the dark. Though I'm not quite sure it will be that dark for the leading cars. I mean, we saw there a couple of shots of the course opening car and that black helicopter, which I wonder. I mean, look at that. That is a perfect August summer's evening.
That's superb.
In the Slieve Gullion Forest Park. We have a couple of cameras there, as you can see, downhill over the bumps into a hairpin left. So actually we can't be far away. If I look at the tracking, I think the leading cars are, they're just on their way, approach up to the arrival control. So the first car's due, what time are we, the first car due on the schedule there?
First car due here is at 20:55.
Okay, so we're pretty much there now. We'll maybe got a couple of moments just while we wait and see. Desi Henry's there, and I think the tracking on our module for broadcast has still got lots of mess going on from earlier on, so we won't quite rely on that. But it's that twilight, and actually one of the drivers sort of mentioned it earlier on, was that what they're worried about is the low sun in the sky, and that can be almost worse, Sav. And this stage runs, there are parts of it run east to west, and you're climbing, so if you're climbing all the time and maybe the sun's in your eyes, this could be as much a challenge as anything else on the stage, you know.
So it's the Tarmac Championships answer to Climb Dance and Pikes Peak and Ari Batten and the Sun Visor, the famous.
Yes, I did. There was somebody sort of mentioned it. They said, "No, I'm actually looking for a pair of sunglasses," and it only passed me by. It might have been Camillus Bradley, but yeah, you know yourself. Look, I mean, anybody who drives on the road, there's nothing worse than a blinding sun.
The other thing was interesting was Marion Evans. Andrew saying to him about so now Slieve Gullion in dusk stroke darkness, and he said, yeah, you know, it's And it was funny to hear him say it, you know, bearing in mind, you know, Wales is full of mountains. He said, yeah, it's a mountain stage, so the spotlights will have nothing to light up and give you recognition points, like braking points, or so, you know, a lot of it'll be fresh air.
Absolutely, it's pretty barren.
Yeah.
We could see from earlier on, you know, I mean, there used to be quite a lot of trees up there, but they've all been felled years ago. So now it's this, you know, it's back to its original sort of like moonscape almost type landscape when you get up there. And I mean, I highly recommend if you're ever on holiday in this area.
Take a drive up through it, it's lovely.
Great, you know, and it's free. It doesn't cost anything.
Yeah.
Even though it's not a public road, it's run by the council. Newry and Mourne District Council run the road. Okay, so Sav just skirted around some of the tomorrow. We intend to be on at 9:25, and then straight into the service area. Now, a big change for us tomorrow is that Andrew is going to be helping with production and a little bit of help in the studio with us tomorrow. And we have the lovely Tony Kelly will be presenting in the service area. Tony did the Circuit of Ireland for us this year, hugely popular and well-known Donegal rally driver with a really good rally career behind her and a rally family with a history. So first stage in the morning, stage 4, kicks off at 10 a.m. Then almost immediately straight into Babylon Hill at 10:35. And then into the final stage of the loop at 11:20. So it's fast and furious stuff tomorrow. Then into service, Tony will get us all up to date, and then we'll have the final loop. Now, these stages tomorrow, we talked about the character. They're okay. So the first car's on the stage. Now, our camera point is probably about 4 miles into the stage.
Yeah.
So it should be about 4 minutes or so, a little bit less. And here we go. Now, whether this is actually a competing car or not,
I think this is
I think it's a safety car.
But on the other hand, what you are going to see is the side of the car coming down towards us.
See just how effective the lights are. That's the first of the zero cars. Now a bit of a stall on the camera there. We had a nice message from Martin Taylor earlier on from Dublin Crystal. Martin would be a regular double O'ing person and does the task really well. He speaks fondly of it, but it's all changing now. This double O thing, the Motorsport UK have as a governing body are moving away from competition cars. They want the people in the car to be proper officials that they're signed on, and they have a radio in the car, and they have the power to actually stop the stage if they see something that maybe the spectators or whatever are in a bad place. There we go. Newry and Mourne District Council, who look after the park for us. Well, our cameraman experiments with his focus and distance. We did think that Josh was actually into the stage, but in fact on the tracking, he is at the arrival control as we speak. As is Marion and Johnny Greer are all in there. So it's only a matter of a few minutes now before we'll get some action. We know that it's a 5-minute stage, and I suspect our camera point is probably about 4 minutes in. This is a very tricky downhill section here, Zav, into these hairpin bends. There's blind crests, changing direction over the crests.
Yeah.
It's as tough as it gets, and this is the part of the stage that the drivers either love or hate, because there's big rocks tucked in those bushes that you can't see anymore because it's become overgrown over the years. And one wheel wrong and it's over. And it was interesting, somebody, Stuart Biggerstaff, saying he has this thing about it. He said, you know, I always remember my dad having a big accident in there in a Mini, and he said it sort of stuck with me, so I have this stigma about the place almost, you know.
There was, funnily enough, there's pictures of that went up on Facebook a few months back, and it was an aircraft accident.
Well, Dennis
there was bits for 800 metres.
He was pretty good at pushing on.
He was very lucky, very, very lucky. But yeah.
Chris Boyd on social media, you can't beat nighttime asphalt rallying, something so unique. It looks like it'll be dusk rallying for the top crew, so that's almost an event bigger challenge in the full dark. Yeah, Chris, we agree with you. This thing about the low sun in the sky, there will be at some point during the stage where the leading crews will encounter the low sun. It will have a bigger effect on some more than others. There was a stage in Ypres today where it rained for some of the crews and not for the others, and it just turned the stage on its head and turned the results on its head.
Big shout out to Mark Rowan, who says hello from Colorado.
Hi.
Nice to know you're joining us from there. Car 1 is in the stage.
Yep.
I'm reliably informed.
Yep.
So we're up and running, stage 3. 6.04 miles of Slieve Gullion 2.
And of course, everybody, a lot of the crews were saying just how tricky this first bit of the stage is, the bit that's unused effectively. Even Damien Toner, who had a stunning run through, was saying that he was struggling for grip. But at the same time, they were surprised how much grip there was on the second stage. But the more cars that go through the stage, Sav, the more it clears it, and they'll get more and more grip.
Interesting to hear John Devlin saying that through stage 2 his tyres were going off towards the end.
Such a long stage.
It's a stage he would know very well. So some of the local crews would have known the Bronte stage very well indeed. So Josh Moffat into the stage. If you remember from stage 1 that Josh set a rather subdued time. It was only 5th fastest on 5:41.5, but then as we saw admitting in service that he was driving to keep in touch with those in front of him.
I do think that we'll see a different Josh in the morning. I think he's determined. I don't see much change in the stage times for this stage. I think we'll be very similar to the first time because they'll have that little bit of familiarity. The stage will have cleaned up, so they'll get a bit of an advantage there and then probably lose a bit with the twilight and it going slightly dark in places. There's a few places where it's still under the trees, actually not far from where our camera place is. There's one of the few places where they do go under the trees, Sav, and in the day I was there was bright sunshine, and it was almost dark underneath the trees. So that's another side of it. This going from twilight to dark and back out onto the twilight again. I'm just going to have a quick look at the tracking to see where Josh is relative to. So the tracking's just not performing as well as it could have yet.
So tomorrow we see almost 67 stage mile, and at the moment Josh would need to be taking 3 seconds a stage. Probably 5 seconds a stage to claim back 37 seconds.
So you think if he had the chance to go for the win, that's the sort of objectives that he needs to go for?
Well, at the moment before this stage, he's 37 seconds back. About 37 seconds back, 67 miles tomorrow. So, and it's a doable prospect, if I'm being honest.
It is a doable prospect, particularly Josh when he gets the
bit between his teeth.
Yes, and he gets the hammer down, he'll be. But at the same time, these guys have been swapping seconds all year, and I think if Desi needs to go a bit harder, and if Marion needs to go a bit harder, and a race starts to embroil itself, then brilliant for us.
Oh, happy days.
he just needs to be careful he doesn't let it get too far away. Maybe he doesn't have the objective of winning the rally tomorrow. Winning the championship today is enough, but we know Josh's mentality. He doesn't really go to come second, does he?
No, and we saw that. But
today is about winning a championship. Yeah. Tomorrow will be about winning the rally.
So we have Josh probably now 2/3 of the way through the stage, so should be coming up to our point very shortly. Marion Evans, Johnny Greer also in the stage, and also on stage now is Desi Henry. We can see.
And I can hear a car in the distance. And just for interest, Brendan Hayden is asking, have you a password for the tracking system? Brendan, you don't need one. You just go onto the Sport Tracks website and you can access it from there. You need to have Google Earth though.
So Josh in the distance.
So you can just see how tricky this bit of road is down here. Great pictures. Full beam. Look at the rocks on the side of the road. That's through the car park.
They're like some of the
you're going, yeah,
in
you're
Germany.
going. You come. I think we've this like it's like whatever the corner is. It's quite a tight corner, and it's like stay in, rocks outside, and it's all of this information in the notes. There's so much in crests and jumps and dips, and you've so much going on the notes. I didn't actually
do the time.
No, well, the time's not up. Maybe the producers could possibly put the clock on, and we'll maybe be able to just get an idea of what Desi's pace is. So this should be Evans up next in the Castrol-backed VW Polo, run by his father's company, preparation company. Brake disc glowing red. So a lot of these R5 cars use a technique called left foot braking a lot of the time, which means that they actually unsettle the car with braking with the left foot and accelerate, so your foot never comes off the throttle and your foot never comes off the brake. And they're designed to glow red hot like that. You'll see it some of the night races in Formula 1 as well. First time I ever seen it was on the Scottish Rally many years ago. And we'd been doing the rally and retired and went to watch something similar to this downhill. And Colin McRae came through in a Group N Sierra Cosworth with literally the front brake discs on fire.
And of course the greatest exponent of that was the late great Penty Auricola.
Yep.
Who taught so many people the left foot brake. Penty himself, no slouch, of course, drove many's the Chevette on some of the Irish events.
So Johnny Greer. Nice and neat and tidy through the hairpin. No drama, no grabbing the handbrake.
So following Johnny now should be Desi Henry,
who is in theory our rally leader, and I suspect pace setter again.
See popping up Kevin Barnes, keeping an eye on proceedings this evening. Of course, Kevin, one of the main sponsor of the Triton Shires National Championship. Thanks very much, Kevin. But good to see you watching.
Tuning in, Kevin. Yep, good to see it.
Shires, essential for the National Championship over the last number of years. Not a bad shower, I have to say.
Now we're close enough to the finish of the stage that I suspect that Josh is actually in the control, and if anything to go by, yes, there we go. So we have a time in for Marion Evans, 5:38.1, total of 25:13.6. He took 8.5 seconds out of Josh, but that's it. Josh is tarmac champion, and by my calculations, what do you think?
I would totally agree.
He's done enough. All he had to do was finish fourth. It doesn't matter that Marion finishes in front of him.
No.
So
the points difference, 30-odd points difference.
We'll wait, obviously, for official confirmation. The registrar, Paddy Flanagan, will, I'm sure, get a message to us. But we're happy enough here to sort of say that it looks very much like it's mission accomplished for Josh Moffat. and his co-driver Andy Hayes. It's maybe a little bit drama-free, but that's how you win championships. It hasn't been drama-free up to now. He's had a few dramatic events and a few dramatic finishes. There's Jason Mitchell just... again, Jason's having a nice drive today, isn't he?
He's very steady. I think Andrew's going to find it quite exciting whenever they make their way back now into service in Newry.
Yep.
Leading cars due back in there.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Zav, but Desi Henry has just blown everybody's socks off in the stage. 5:26.2 compared to the next fastest time of 5:38.1. He's leading the rally by 18 seconds. He's doubled his lead in one short stage.
Yeah, 6 seconds a stage. That's impressive.
So Josh is 57 seconds behind. That's moved that little calculation out the window.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm sure Josh likes a challenge.
Well, it's 9 seconds a stage now.
Wow. So Josh and Marion and all due back in now into Newry service at the Modern Tyres Estate in about 15 minutes. And I'm imagining we go live to Andrew and capture the atmosphere and...
So Stuart Biggerstaff through. Now, whether it's the camera angle or the difference in the darkness and the light, but it really is starting to get dark very quickly now.
Yes.
Yes, so we're having that confirmed from the production team that we have lost the light. The light is gone, so the cameramen will treat it now as dark. And yep, so we can't even say that Desi Henry had an advantage because he's running fourth on the road. It was the first 2 or 3 cars got the best of the light. I'm not saying that Desi didn't get good light, but I'm really impressed with that Sav. I think I didn't expect him to go that much faster. That's like 6 seconds quicker than he did the first time over.
He'll be asking the organisers, can we have another few night stages next year?
So congratulations to Josh Moffat and Andy Hayes. It looks like they are our 2022 Ace Signs overall Tarmac Championship winners. But the stage goes on and the rally goes on, and of course it's double points. So drop scores can be taken into account. I would need to have it all written down in front of me. But what it means is that Josh can't be beaten now that he's with his drop scores taken into account. And his closest pursuer, Marion Evans, has had a really good run over that stage. Has moved ahead of Johnny Greer, actually. He took... Johnny didn't have a great time now, 5:45.4, only just 1 second ahead of Josh Moffat. Now, Johnny sort of said he wasn't prepared to stick his neck out earlier on. So Jason Mitchell's time's in at 5:45.9. Good time for him, only 0.4 of a second off Johnny Greer. A wee jab of the handbrake there. I think maybe that was Niall Henry, who gave a great interview in the service area earlier on and was admitting that he hasn't really had a chance to test the car, and what they did do yesterday was it was wet when they tested the car, so this is really his first time out properly in the car, so he hasn't really got an ideal setup, and he's still working away, trying to get the car into an ideal place.
Tricky to do in the wet when,
yep.
You know.
Stuart Biggerstaff, the time is 6:003. Puts him on a total of 26:46.2, 1 minute 51 seconds behind the leaders. Here's the next car coming down the hill. Should be Michael McGarty. That's Michael in the Skoda.
One or two people telling me that Desi was actually a 5:35.6. So I don't know where there's the discrepancy in time in any way.
My goodness. Well, that's even if he was a 5:35.6, that would still increase his lead by 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Which that in itself would be good. So I've no reason to question the results, but where would they fundamentally get a time of 5:26.2 doesn't make sense really unless somebody broke
No,
a
no,
beam
just
or-
keeping an eye on some of the feeds we have coming
Okay.
in, you know. Michael McGarry, Cal McCarthy, Niall Devine all on the stage. Damien Toner as well. Colin Byrne in.
And Colleen Henry. Well done, Uncle Desi, from your big fans. We know Desi's a great family man, and the whole family's involved. Obviously, his brother's doing the rally as well. Cal McCarthy safely through. I'd say Cal will be glad to get these stages behind him. The stages tomorrow will probably suit him a little bit better.
Yeah, and he deserved a better start to the first stage because he lost.
Yeah, but it'll over the course of the rally, it'll balance itself out. And I think, you know, if he gets himself into the top 10 by the end of the rally, he'll be quite happy.
He'll be well pleased with that, yeah.
Now, next up, in theory, we should have Niall Devine, and I have to say, Niall's quite impressed me so far this evening. He's legitimately in the top 6 of the rally, and doing a very, very good job.
So I can see on the tracker that Josh and Marion Evans making their way back down towards Clog, just in the outskirts of Newry, so they'll be back.
4 brake disc glowing there, Zav. Fantastic stuff. Great pictures now.
The car being and Dusty to say it very shortly. Yeah, I mean, you can't beat it, honestly. You really can't beat it.
So a couple more times in. Niall Henry, a 5:51.0, keeps him in 7th at the moment. And Michael McGardy and Damien Garvey, 6:03.1, total of 27.17.7. So I'd say we're local, and this man in his Mark II Escort puts in another Let's See stunning drive. Will we take a small wager? Will he be 5th fastest or 6th fastest? What do you reckon?
Well, I mean, if we were taking wagers, I've lost a lot of money to you. I'll maybe just pass on this one.
Let's say nothing.
I can maybe just.
Well, he looked to be well on the case there, did Mr. Toner. And Denver, ever the quiet man, he just gets on with reading the notes. I can hear the helicopter starting up.
So at the moment,
which would make me think it's Derek.
Yeah.
Because Michael's just away through.
So Desi Henry leads at the moment on a total of 24 minutes 55.1 seconds. Marion Evans, Jonathan Jackson second on a total of 25 minutes 13.6 seconds. Johnny Greer's in third with a total of 25:19.8, and Josh Muffin 25:52.5.
Simon Reid away through again. Simon's impressed me. I think he's never been in these stages before, and he's being very competitive. When you think about the competition he's up against, he's you know, a tough nut to crack as Damien Toner, and Simon is in a fairly intense race with Colin Byrne. Now, Colin admitted in the service area that he's struggling a little bit, but you know, these guys are on the limit. They're here for the championship, and they're not going to give an inch. So to be where they are, I mean, I think Simon was just inside the top 10, which is pretty impressive on your first visit to the Ulster Rally in a Mark II Escort.
No, I mean, some of the modifieds have been really, really impressive. You know, 3 good dry stages.
I think that was Colin Byrne just through the hairpin. So we've got a time in. Have we got a time in yet for Damien Toner? I would have lost my bet. But even so...
5:36.6.
He did even better than what I thought. He was second fastest overall, Zav.
Hey, that's some going.
A round of applause for that man. Absolutely
That-
fantastic stuff from Damien Toner.
That's some going over 6.04 miles, isn't
Yeah,
it?
5:36.6, second fastest overall, keeps him in 6th overall. Fantastic, that Camillus Bradley. Neat and tidy, Camillus carries the speed. He's a great driver, absolutely great driver. That's just, what a performance.
So I can see Josh and Marion and the leading crews are now just making their way back down out of the A1.
And off to Modern Tyres.
Yeah.
In theory, we should have John Devlin up next in his 2-litre Mark II. Back tail light not working there. Wonders he had a bit of a sideways moment. Maybe he had a bit of a swipe.
And if I know John, that in-car will be up on YouTube by about this time tomorrow night for definite. He's very good at getting up in-car footage on the events that he does.
So a couple more times in, yeah, I was Simon Reed, very impressive, 9th fastest overall on the stage, keeps him in 10th. Now he has a 10-second penalty, which is generally a minute late. So
see, Camillus Bradley did an 5:51.7, the 8th fastest.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
He looked nice and smooth and carrying the speed. Michael McGarty, 6:03.1. Colin Byrne, 6:04.3. And Cal McCarthy, 6:17.2. Colin Price has again impressed me today in the Starlet. Nice and sensible through there. Car sounds good too. Somebody asking if there's any historics through yet. No, it'll be a while yet before the historics come. The first historic car running down in the mid-30s, which is Neil Williams and Anthony O'Sullivan. They're leading the Tarmac Championship, historic part of the Tarmac Championship. Of course, it works slightly differently to the main part of the championship. They start a rally early, and they include the Killarney Historic Rally in November, December, depending what type of time of year it runs. And that's their opening round, whereas the International or the main Tarmac Championship is one round less and only includes the rallies from February, and in this case up to the Ulster Rally. In theory that should have been John Bradley, but it's we're now into proper darkness, and some of the light arrays that were on the cars this morning for scrutiny. One of the engineers was telling me that the laser lamp pod on the front of Michael McGarty's Skoda, just the pod itself is £5,000.
Oh
Never
gosh.
mind the wiring loom and the bracket. So you don't want to be overshooting the junction and knocking that off.
Definitely not. But I mean, it is wonderful to see night stations back. Pushing her up there a wee bit.
Yep, they were a wee bit. I think maybe that was the BMW of Marty, obviously running out of order because he had this problem with the car on the way out from the first stage this morning. But it's good to see him still going, and he was certainly trucking there. So if he's got the car sorted in service, I think the darkness will probably negate the effort that he put in. But he looked to be trying very hard to me there. Alan Watkins says Duncan Williams should go well in the dark given his road rally background. Fingers crossed. Well, I think Duncan Williams goes well anytime. Never mind his road rally experience. But yes, you're right. Good driver. My mate Guy Weaver co-driving for him as well. So Gareth Black due up in the Starlet Bath Shack sponsored car.
So leading crews now making their way in the back of the Carnpain Industrial Estate and up to New Devil, just off Carnpain Gardens. Andrew Bush will be ready to catch up with them as they make their way in and grab a chat. So we'll be going live to there once they're ready to go. But
Matthew McGaffin due up next. Matthew with Mo Downey co-driving. Matthew's changed a Mark II Escort from a Mitsubishi Evo in the last couple of years, and it seemed to be going quite nicely. Marty Toner's time's in 5:53.2, ninth fastest overall.
That's a good time.
Pretty impressive. So he's climbing up the leaderboard already. I know it's early days yet, and there's it's all very competitive in the midfield with these guys.
So there's a championship battle in the modified, there's a championship battle in the historic. So, I mean, maybe overall tonight we've wrapped up, but we still have a couple of terrific battles to come tomorrow.
Oh, we've got a day long, a whole day of it.
Yep. Well, that's Josh Moffat now and Marion Evans into service. Johnny Greer will be there shortly, as will Desi Henry and Jason Mitchell.
So tracking shows, in theory, Ollie Benton should be next, but yep, it should be Ollie Benton. Ollie having made the trip over. His dad's running slightly further down the field in his historic car. Ollie's done quite a few rallies on the island of Ireland this year. Good competitive driver. Really enjoys himself, makes a big family affair out of it.
And of course, 3 superb stages to bring you tomorrow. Completely different in terms of technicality and difficulty. So I'm really looking forward to that. Stages in the Tandragee, Rich Hill, sort of Market Hill area, if you're out and about tomorrow. We're live, 9:25 in the morning.
Daphne Miller's watching. Hiya Daphne, how you doing? Hope you're keeping well down in County Cork. And Desmond O'Lone, great to see the lights back on in Gullion. Well, Des, I would say you were a man who was fairly responsible for turning them on, so pat yourself on the back. There's Ollie Benton through. Des is a long-term clerk of the course of the old Mourne Rally, almost from conception right up to modern days. Hasn't ran since before the pandemic. The logistics of running clubman rallies is becoming more and more difficult for clubs, and manpower becomes more and more demands. And the club seem happy to help contribute to things like the Ulster Rally or the Circuit of Ireland, where their experience is invaluable. And it's people like Des make a venue like this work.
Yeah.
So he's very much a very important behind-the-scenes person. Gratefully thanked Des, I hope, and I'm glad that you're watching.
Let's see, we have
somebody's watching from Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeehaw. Put it all on red.
So lights appearing in the background in the distance.
Should be Paul Britton in the Group N Subaru Impreza WRX. Very distinctive sound. If it's him. It can be, can indeed, yep. It's an R5 car. Tracken's not tracking just quite so well. Okay. So we are due the R4 homologated cars, which again is one of these battle salves that we've been talking about, running in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
The historics, the homologated R5 junior type cars. There's a few class battles going on. There's class battles within the historics. What we'll try and do in the morning is we'll do a bit of an analysis of the overnight results this evening, and actually see who's doing what. This may actually be Paul Britton in the Subaru this time. Yes.
Yeah.
Still a very, very... Oh, he ran a bit wide there. He was very lucky.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder did he do something there, because he was very slow getting away. You could hear the engine note of the car. So the previous R5 was actually Willie Bonnywell in the McKinstry R5 hire car.
Yeah.
And yes, people, you can hire one of these rally cars if you meet the qualifications. And Mrs. Bush is on, saying it's a shame that her husband isn't out in the Chevette.
I saw. I wasn't going to put that. I wasn't going to put that up.
It is a shame, but we're getting an advantage. We have his expertise in the service area.
Oh, thank you very much, Warren Bosher. Marty Toner had a punctured oil cooler just before the arrival of SS1, hence running out of position and the odd bit of smoke. And Rianne Walker says she wants to wish Letitia Khan the very best in her first senior rally from all of us at the Junior 1000 Scottish crew. Very nice.
Very good, yes. The first of the R4s, brakeless, glowing red. Brilliant stuff. This is nighttime rallying. It's great. I think it could very well have been young Ryan Caldwell, who I think is on course to win his class in the Tarmac Championship as well. The tracking's not keeping up just so well.
It's hiccup on a wee bit.
Yes, it is. But it does seem that Joseph Kelly is on the stage. I actually don't see any sign of young Jason Dixon, who's been driving really well recently. So a few good times in there. Ollie Benton was 12th fastest overall in his Mark II, 5:59.7, leaving him 14th. Gareth Black, 6:19.2. He'll probably be a bit disappointed with that. Just a few seconds off the pace. 16th overall overnight, 27:25.9. I think maybe the darkness possibly got to him there. Matthew McGaffin, 6:26.7, 21st fastest, leaves him 19th overall overnight. Paul Britton, 6:34.0, which would sort of stack up. We thought he ran a little bit wide in front of us at the hairpin. Jason Dixon has just finished the stage, so respect to Jason, still going well. We just couldn't see you on the information systems, and so I think this is possibly Ryan Caldwell due, and then Joseph Kelly, and then hopefully Declan McNaughton give a good interview in service. These cars, I love the sounds of these R4 cars. They're fantastic.
No, they sound great.
I think that was maybe Joe Kelly. The Peugeot sounds and looks different to the other cars. It's seems to be a much taller car, and the centre of gravity seems to be higher, yet they get some great stage times out of it.
Yeah. I see Jason Kern's watching. He's waiting for the orange buzz to light up the stages.
Can't be far away, actually, the
No.
orange buzz. I'm just looking
Philip really couldn't be far away at that.
I'm looking at the start of the stage to see is he there. Davy Armstrong's into the stage as Sam Adams. As I say, Decky McNaughton's on the stage. Neil Williams in the first of the Historics is on the stage as we speak.
I'm just looking to see where Philip is actually.
Overall?
No.
Oh, where he is on the road?
Yeah.
I think that was Declan McNaughton just through. He'll be pleased to get to the end of the day, the car rebuilt, and he's been out of rallying for quite a while now. Obviously had a great reputation a few years ago, would have been the very, very, very top end of the Mark II escorts. He would have been the pace setter. Very respectful, clever, experienced rally driver.
Yeah, Philip's just in a queue of cars waiting to start the stage.
Bill Ryan's tuned in to watch. Bill, of course, the clerk of the courts of the Okay, so we're going to wind up here at the end of stage 3, and we're heading to the service area where Andrew Bush hopefully has our newly crowned tarmac champion, Josh Moffat.
Join us back at service at Modern Tyres, and literally car number 1, Josh Moffat, just driving in after the run over the dark Gullion stage. We're going to chat to Josh and see how it's all gone. Just taking a bit of time to get out of the car. So, Josh, you get that one over?
Yeah, another one over. It's now just 6 more to go, but yeah, look at that was night stage there, so it was just tricky enough, but yeah, we got through it okay.
We're doing the calculations, talking to Martin Walsh. It's not just all over yet, is that right?
Well, if I just finish where I am tomorrow, I'll have the championship. So that's sort of our main priority this weekend. So yeah, I think so. Marion will get maximum points today, and I think I need just top 4 for the 2 days. Yeah, so
just keep it middle of the road.
Try and keep it on the road. Yeah, sometimes easier said than done, but yeah, look, it's so far so good. So we'll keep at it again tomorrow.
Probably quite nice to get that night stage over with in your situation.
Yeah, especially down that narrow stage, but yeah, look at another 3 very challenging stages tomorrow, so look at it, with a long way to go yet.
And just away from that, the Hyundai this year, the car has gone fantastic. You really seem to have clicked with this car.
Yeah, it's gone really good for us this year now, and it's been really good to us now in all conditions this year, so yeah, we're very happy with it.
And you made a few improvements at the start of the season, and it really seemed to click as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like, because I suppose before this year we were probably struggling with it a wee bit, but and probably a lot of that was probably just me. So yeah, we're going well with the car, so we're definitely happy with it.
Brilliant. Well, well done on keeping it together tonight.
Yeah,
so good. So, Josh, sir, excellent job. He's done tonight, keeping the points. John McBride there, the top serviceman today, would have done plenty of work for Josh's dad, Robert Moffat, and Metro 6R4s and things. An absolute legend of motorsport, John McBride there. So we're going to chat to Marion Evans. He got ahead of Johnny Greer in the last stage. It's still not over. He's kept himself in a race. Excuse me. Just trying to find and see. Well, how did that one go?
Yeah, not bad. Little moment at the top, but no, on the whole it was fine.
You had a good time and you got ahead of Johnny Greer all the same. Important for the points?
Yeah, it's good for the points really. Overall, I think some discrepancy with Desi's time. I think it should apparently. He said at the end he did something 10 seconds slower than what he'd actually done, but I'm not too worried about that really. The key thing for us was to get the max points for the day. So we've done that, and it leaves it open for tomorrow now.
it's pretty critical that happened on that stage, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I was kicking myself because we'd have probably had 10 seconds on Johnny going in there, you know, if it wasn't for the overshoot the stage before. So we kind of had to have a strong run over it. So yeah, it was good, you know. It was just a little moment at the top. We got the line wrong over a crest. I heard the note for the corner after and thought it was the corner we were on, and I just kept the wrong side over a crest and we were on the grass for a bit. But gathered it up is the main thing.
Happy enough and no damage?
Yeah, no, happy enough. It's tough day tomorrow though, so I think the weather's going to play a bit more of a role tomorrow as well. So yeah.
You're not really so worried about Desi. He's not registered, not correct. So if you can keep where you are.
Yeah, well, championship wise, Josh still needs a problem really, but look, it'd be nice to race for the win. I mean, it's why we all come here at the end of the day, but still, you know, the priority kind of has to be the championship. You know, we can't go mad just yet. So yeah, we'll just do what we can tomorrow really. If we can score another max points, we've done our bit really, and you know, if we can chase Desi down, that'll be even better. But one step at a time, as I say.
Well, good. Well done on getting the top points.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good job. It worked out a good night for Marion there. Really, that last stage leapfrogging ahead was very, very important. So Johnny Greer lost a bit of time on that night stage. I don't know why, but we'll soon find out. So here he is in consultation. There you go. Sorry, just to interrupt. Sorry, Jimmy. Get a bit of advice from Jimmy Mills, or wouldn't be so bad. So wouldn't you?
Exactly.
So
historic champion.
Yeah. So, how did that last one go for you?
Yeah, it was okay. Struggled a bit in the night time. Just lacked the confidence really to push, take the risk. So, about halfway through the stage, I sort of made my mind up. I was just going to get through it. So, dropped a hell of a lot of time to Desi. To be fair, he took a good chunk out of everybody in there. Fair play to him, but didn't think I would lose as much as I did. But that's the way it goes.
It kind of worked out interesting for Marion because it got him the top points. Believe it or not, so kept the title race sort of going inadvertently.
Well, I don't know who I done a favour to. Maybe done Marion a favour, done a bad job for Josh. But yeah, well, I thought I had a good enough run through it, but just wasn't taking any risks, you know. And that was, you got hammered for it, you know. But we're here and we're still kicking, so we'll give it another go tomorrow.
A long way to go tomorrow.
Yeah, stages tomorrow are very tough, so I was really looking forward to getting into those tomorrow and stuff, and just was about halfway through that last one I was just praying to see the finish board. So yeah, that's the way it goes, but happy enough.
And car running fine?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, everything's running well, so we gotta check over here and make sure she's alright for the morning and go from there.
What's the information that you have about the weather tomorrow?
It's just what everybody else has. It can be rain, sunshine, just nobody knows. So just not worry about tonight and just see what tomorrow brings. You know, even today the weather forecasts haven't been accurate. You know, the rain coming and going. Nobody really knew when it was going to land, and tomorrow will be the same. You know, tomorrow says the minute rain for tomorrow morning, quite heavy rain, but you wake up tomorrow it could be sunshine. So just deal with what hand we got at the time.
And finally, Johnny, the stages tomorrow. Are there a lot of places you can cut corners on the stages tomorrow?
Yeah, which means if it does rain, you know, it's going to get very muddy. But we'll just have to wait and see. You know, there's a lot of narrow sections in it, so if mud does get pulled out, you've no room to move. You know, so I think the stage will be nice, regardless of the conditions. You know, but you'd rather have a full wet day or a full dry day. The in between's never nice. You know, so we'll see what happens.
Good. Well done on tonight, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, so Johnny, pretty positive. Lost a bit of time in that last stage. Not really certain as to why, but he's happy to be here safely. So I'm going to try and get the rally leader, Desi Henry. He had a very, very, very fast time on the last stage at night. He was very confident earlier on. Just trying to locate him. Just taking all the spotlights off the car now. Oh, he's over the other side of his brother's car, so having a bit of a conflab. What's happening?
Pull him out here.
So,
Pull him out. Desi.
One second, Desi. Well, you seem to took a few carrots or maybe a bit of Red Bull or something at service. That was a really fast time on the last stage.
Yeah, I think everything just seemed to click. You know, we got a good cut over it, and nobody seems to like that stage, but I do like it. I probably like a more technical, narrower stage. So no, we're very happy, and car's working well, and everything's clicking. So when everything clicks, it's easy to put in times. But
it's a nice wee lead actually after that. It was a nice chunk that you got of time, and you know, good way to end the day.
Yeah, it's a strong way to end the day, and look, tomorrow's a different day. It's looking like it's going to be different conditions, so anything can happen. It's there's a lot long stages tomorrow again, so look, we'll just try and drive a nice clean rally tomorrow and see how it goes.
Obviously the car's working really well the way it is. It's just a matter of leaving it exactly the way it is.
Yeah, well, the only thing if it's wet tomorrow morning, we'll obviously have to be adjusting the car to try and suit the wet conditions more. Maybe try and get the car softer, the chassis a bit softer, so the car will move and flex a bit more to get grip down onto the road. So hopefully now the rain doesn't come, but it's all the forecasts are sort of saying it is.
If it's wet, then they'll reseed you tonight. You'll be first in the road. That actually might not be a bad thing because there are a lot of cuts on these stages.
Yeah, there's some advantages to run first in the road when it's going to be wet, but at the same time, it's daunting a bit getting into the Ulster Rally first the road again. So look, we'll drive our own rally, and if I was fast enough, I'll be fast enough.
Yeah, well, you're having fun and you're enjoying it.
Having fun, that's the main thing.
Well done, Desi. Very good day. Very good. Well done. So, very positive, upbeat, and an excellent day. What a time on that last stage. So, just looking to see if Niall is around, just to see. Oh, here he is. Niall, what way's things going in that?
Aye, better. I enjoyed that there now. I say I ran on a lot of stuff to the car there the previous time I was chatting to you, so the car felt a lot more positive, and I think we were definitely closer to the boys at the front. So, no, again, if I could try and just keep building that, I could keep hopefully creeping back up the leaderboard and hopefully do myself some justice this weekend. So, no, a lot happier there after that run.
That's good. Well, it's a good thing to go to bed at night in a happier mood with the car.
That's it. I say there's 3 or 4 boys in front of me there now overall, and they're not unreachable in the first couple of stages tomorrow. So if I could get through that and maintain that sort of pace that was on there this evening, I could hopefully do something with that tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
And it's good to see Desi going so well.
Oh, brilliant. No, Desi, with the luck Desi's had now this last 3 or 4 events, just with the issues with the car and stuff. So for Desi and the car, it's good to see where he's at. So it's positive, definitely is.
Well, keep it up and enjoy tomorrow.
Cheers.
Okay, a happy camp really. So we're going to move on, try and get Jason Mitchell. Jason, there he is. Jason, how you going? You all right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how did the dark stage for you? Just going to bring you out a bit more here in the light, just yeah. So how did the dark one go?
I know. I enjoyed the dark one now with a decent enough cut on it there as well, which I really went on the stage saying, look, we just need to make sure we get till tomorrow, but. No, I was happy enough. It was good. It's good. I actually enjoyed the dark more than I thought I would enjoy it. So, but no, good, very good.
On the first run, you had a wee moment or two you didn't have in that time.
Well, I would say if somebody was at the first hairpin and took me time, I would say I would have been well down at the first hairpin. But we started to pick it up then because I just kept it careful. They got that first hairpin and then we went on then. So we done.
And what's your plan tomorrow? Have you time to make up or?
Yeah, well, look, I think I'll go out in the morning and try and feel my way into it. I do genuinely believe that there's going to be drama tomorrow because not even just punctures, because there's a lot of big stones and some of them cuts, and it'll depend if we can try and keep tidy, especially at first stage. I think we're going to see casualties and that.
Well,
so I think
the Ulster Rally going back the whole decade since 1976, the first stage on the Saturday morning has always been the killer.
So we'll go handy then. Good advice.
Well, either that or maybe go at it and make a load of places.
No, I think it'll be important just to try and keep it clean in the morning and see where we go, and then maybe see what happens, and then we'll go. But I do want to try and open up, so we'll see if I can.
Well done. Good to chat to you. So everybody buzzing there. They've really enjoyed the night's rallying. So we're going to go on up. Stuart Bickerstaff is next in line here. So just getting all the spotlights off, stripping the cars down for tomorrow. They can't really decide on the setup. They'll have a very quick service in the morning to change the settings. If it's going to rain, there could be a very busy service for the crews, so we'll just try and find them. So. Is he in there, is he?
No problem. Okay. Full driver only.
So he's
I see you tomorrow. Okay.
Have you time? Have you?
See you tomorrow.
See it. Thanks, Martin.
I nailed you that. I'll talk to you again.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Martin. You busy? Anthony, are you? Okay, just can't find Stuart at the minute. So we'll talk to you, Dennis. We'll, no, go on ahead, on ahead.
I know nothing about it.
No, you know. So, come on, Dennis. Well, we can't find
What do you want?
we can't find Stuart, Dennis. So we'll get a quick word with yourself.
What
so
do you get out of me? I
yeah,
don't know anything about
you're,
it.
you're the team manager, I'm told. You know.
No.
So,
Robin, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you.
the chief mechanic.
Not really, no.
Where's the car going?
Not great at the minute. We've had a problem there just in the last stage with the throttle sticking, so hopefully maybe the foot plate had moved. Hoping that, but don't know.
Got to keep at it. I'll not hold
Not
you
yet,
back because
no.
you've got to get a bit of time to going. Yeah, and Dennis, you haven't escaped this, so you haven't. So
I thought I got away with it.
you have a few memories, Stuart was saying, and a few tricky ones of the old Gullion test.
Yeah, Gullion wouldn't be my favourite stage, so don't know how I've passed it on to him or not.
But he's having a decent run today again.
It could go better. It's never good enough. Yes, he's doing all right. I'd rather him be comfortable and happy as in the ditch. He's in there now, I think.
It's a long way to go though tomorrow.
I think he'll go better tomorrow. Gullion would have been a killer till him the way he just doesn't like it, I don't think. But Stuart,
We'll get him here now, yeah. And what about you and the Metro? Ever see you out again in that, do you think?
I don't think so. She'll be put away now, so we're building a wee house for them at the minute. So put them in it and pack them away.
Good. But you had some brilliant adventures in the Metros over the years, from the British Rallycross Championship through to the Northern Ireland Championship.
I loved every second of it. I just wish I was fit to do it again, but there you go.
Well, you did it, and well done, yeah. So, Stuart, what way did that go for you?
I was going good at the start, but up the hairpins at the top, the throttle stuck flat open, so put a bit of a fright in this, and we just decided to back off a wee bit.
What did you do? Did you have to cut the electrics and get the power off, or?
No, well, I dipped the clutch just and let it rev, and I tried to do what you used to do in the Metro, blip going down the gear, so I was trying to do that, and it come back, so I'm not sure whether the paddle had stuck on the floor or what had happened, but here, we're still here.
And tomorrow, you're more looking forward to that?
Aye, back to sort of proper road stages again, so tomorrow's going to be hard work. There's a lot of work on them.
Good. Well, hopefully Robin's working on something now, he was telling me, so fingers crossed he can get it fixed.
Fingers crossed. It'd be nice to find something nearly other than that, but we'll let him at it here and see what we can do.
Rally cars can be temperamental.
You know all about it, unfortunately.
All right, good luck tomorrow. Cheers, thank you. All right, so Stuart Bickerstaff here. So a few wee problems, but we'll get them sorted. And now we're on looking for Damien Toner again. It's very dark in this service area, so it is. Here he is. We'll try and get a bit of light going here. Yeah, you're hiding on us, Damien, in the dark. It's quite well. Yeah. Well, Gullion 2, and how did that go?
Oh, I went dead on with a good cut over that time again. Our paddles working the best that time, so glad they're sorted. So
and was it fully dark for you or dusk?
Sort of dusk, but it was dark enough. The lights worked well, good enough.
And what did you find? Was it pretty enjoyable that?
Oh, it was a good crack. Good run. All right, had a good enough time on it.
You had a brilliant time on it, and you had to very much pay attention on the pace notes when it gets a bit darker.
Oh, aye, it's just you're depending on the notes in the dark, like. But no, never missed a beat. We're right, good form for the morning now.
You have a good, decent lead in the modifieds now.
I think maybe 35 seconds there, maybe from the modified. But the four-wheel drive man, the morning now, they'll pull away from it. But sure, we'll see what happens. We'll go for the two-wheel drive now.
If it stays dry, it would be better for you, wouldn't it?
It would be, aye, but I think it's giving rain in the morning, so. I'll concentrate the two-wheel drive boys and let them out. I think maybe there's a couple of four-wheel drives in National, isn't there?
Could be, yes. And
let them go on ahead, let them bottle away.
But you're having fun and no problems now?
No problems, no. Just change brake pads here and a bit of a check over. And good to go.
Brilliant, Damon. Well done. Very good day. So another great performance on the Gullion stage. Not surprisingly after earlier on. So we're just going to keep moving along. So Alan Carmichael should be in this pit, but must be out of the rally. There's no sign of him. Hold on, guys. What happened with the car and the trailer?
Warm night, so air conditioning in the block.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
And how far did you get, David?
2 mile, the first stage.
It's not a good story. That's
It's a common story though, the Ulster Rally. It's our jinx event, so I think that's us finished with.
Well, sorry to hear that, guys. Sorry about that.
Cheers, Andrew.
So, Johnny Cargo and Davy McElroy there, I'm afraid, in very early retirement, 2 mile into the first stage. So, how gutting is that? Do all the recce. I've been there myself, unfortunately. All the time, all the investment in it, and that's all you get. So, looking like Camillus is having a bit of an interview here. Are you working again, Camillus?
I'm going to do that wee bit. No, I'm not doing much. I'm really bluffing.
Supervising?
Aye. I'm going to do a wee bit of work. We move a steering rack there. I'm going to try and maybe tighten it up.
Right. Is that in the bushing in the rack, or?
There's a way you can do. There's a handy way of adjusting it. Like there's an adjustment in it. I'll try and tighten it a wee bit and take it out of it. It's not doing a lot of harm, but there's a wee small bit of play there now. Maybe. I don't think we've anything else yet. We're only starting, but I don't think we've anything else to do. So.
Where are you landing in the modified race?
I haven't a clue. I haven't a notion. Haven't a notion.
And what was that last one like?
Good. We had a good time, a good run that last stage. Good. We're still quicker than we done in daylight. So that's me always.
Good. Yeah. Good. Well, you've a full day tomorrow.
Yeah. That's it. We'll get a good day tomorrow. Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Well done. Thanks, Millis. Yeah. So, happy camper. Justin steering racks. Philip Greenley was changing his steering rack at the first service as well. So, people are maybe just getting a bit of wear and tear in the bumps and jumps and things are wearing. I'm just trying to find Simon Reed. So, see if he's hanging about. Alright. We get a chat with you, Simon, yeah. Go on. Andrew Purcell in there chatting with him. They'll all be from round that local area. Try not to get in the way. Try not to get in the way of your service crew there. So,
right.
yeah.
Don't worry about them.
How was the Gullion in the dark for you?
It was grand. It felt like I drove better, but the time was obviously a little bit slower with it being the dark and that. But no, we got around cleanly. It didn't do any damage. The car stayed on one piece.
Good. And what about the battle with Colin? Where's that now?
I'm not 100% sure now. The boys are trying to do points now and see that we have enough after the one day. Is it enough now to win it? But we'll have to wait and see.
Get the calculators out tonight.
Yeah. That's the plan.
You've enjoyed your experience so far of the Ulster Rally?
I have, yeah, but if looking at the weather tomorrow, it's not going to look nice, I don't think. They're very shiny stages tomorrow.
And I was talking to Damien Toner, he said, look, if it's getting wet, just let the four-wheel drive cars do their own thing, really.
Oh yeah, well look, I was doing that from the start anyway, so look, I'm just tipping around by my own pace and see what happens in there.
Good. And no issues with the car?
No, not a thing, no. Car's 100%.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep. Just do one more. Colin, how did that go?
That was good. We enjoyed it. We enjoyed the night stage. I suppose we really only settled in that stage, which was unusual because I think we'd be more cautious in the dark. But we took a lot of time out of our first time, and it's all lesson learned, I suppose.
Were you a little bit nervous at the start of this rally? You haven't been before, and then Cork, you had the drama at the end.
Yeah, a little bit apprehensive about the whole thing, I suppose. You're dealing in feet, not meters, and you know what I mean. You're dealing in miles, not kilometres. It's all a bit of a switch, but good learning curve. You know what I mean. I suppose tomorrow for us, our focus now tomorrow is just to finish solid again. It really is. Anything can happen. You know what I mean. So.
We're not sure about the modified championship, the way it sits at the moment. Have you looked at your own way of it?
At the moment, I think we have third place points, which is 12. We started off with 36, so that puts us into third place overall in the points, which was our aim really after stage one. So tomorrow we need to win it tomorrow. We need Simon not to finish. That's the only way it's going to make a difference. Do you know what I mean? So. But look, we won't wish that on any man, you know what I mean? We'll race, you know what I mean? So
to finish first you must finish.
That's it. No, we'll look forward now tomorrow. I think the weather's going to throw a spanner in the works tomorrow as well with a bit of rain, so make it interesting, you know what I mean? Anything can happen.
Good, we'll just keep going and hang in there, enjoy it.
Absolutely, thank you, yeah.
Thanks very much, Colin, and thank you to everybody for watching today, because we're just going to sign off. I'm going to sign off for today. It's been a great day's action. Join us tomorrow. The live stream starts just after 9 o'clock, so keep an eye for that. And see you tomorrow.
tyresni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time, every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.
Reach out, touch faith.
usecarsni.com. Click it, buy it, drive it.
Let's break out. Come on, let's break out. Break out. Tell everybody break out. We bout to, it's time. Let's go, let's ride, let's roll. It's exactly what I need.
Here we go.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Come on. Come on.
The joys are yours, oh, the joys are yours.
Our recipe for business success starts with our people. A dependable team working to deliver. A whole lot more for your business and the wider community. It's our conveniently located 100,000 square foot warehouse where we accurately pick and pack confectionery, soft drinks, grocery, non-grocery, chilled, fresh and frozen goods. Our investment in the latest technology, which gives our customers the freedom to order online or over the phone. Our friendly drivers always go above and beyond to deliver your goods on time, every time. We keep the shelves stocked full of variety for more than 2,000 customers, including 150 symbol stores. Above all, we deliver a whole lot more. Savings, success, quality, support, advice, flexibility. We are S&W.
Whether you visit the Ring of Gullion on foot, by bike, or on a cultural pilgrimage, you will receive the hospitality of the people and learn the stories of the rocks.
Modern Tyres, Ireland's local tyre company.